Sound check, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, sound check.
Okay, at this time, we will call the Property and Facilities Committee to order. This morning, we had a Regent tour of the new North Liberty Hospital, which the project is making excellent progress. It was nice to see all the wonderful things that are going on there. It's about 55% complete now, which is wonderful. And also, during the tour, we heard that about 89% of the trades and subcontractors being used on the project are all Iowa-based companies. So that's nice to see that that's staying here locally as well. So very, very nice tour. Thanks to Rod for that. That project also, I'm happy to report, excuse me, is currently at minus 1% in change orders. So also about $4.4 million was credited back to the project as one of the benefits of the construction manager at risk project delivery method that we used on this project. So that's a really wonderful thing to report, and congratulations to all who are involved in managing that project. Nice job. Once that, I mentioned it's 55% complete now. Once it's 100% complete, it's on schedule now sometime by the end of 2024. We'll do another Regents tour when it's completely done, hopefully sometime in 2025. So thank you again for that tour. Then we'll start with the minutes of the June 14th, 2023 committee meeting. Are there any updates or questions to that? Okay, hearing none, we'll recommend that report to the board. And I'll pass it over to John.
Regent Reiswick, members of the board, to present this year's facilities report, we have Rod Lennertz with the University of Iowa, Wendy Kish with Iowa State University, Mike Zwanziger with the University of Northern Iowa, and Mary Skopek with Iowa Lakeside Lab, Regent Resource Center. We are requesting a building renewal commitment and a tuition replacement appropriation, two separate requests, each for $30 million per year. Our presenters today will further describe some of the building renewal needs on their campuses while giving an update on the general condition of their facilities. With that, we'll start with Rod Lennertz.
Thank you, John, and thank you, Regent Reiswick and board members. This is an opportunity for each of our groups, institutions to share in a few slides a summary of the university's facilities governance and the efforts going on, and then, as John said, to second or reiterate the intent for partnership for the state in the stewardship of our universities. And I think that's going to go to the slideshow. That's my understanding, like magic. That I have nothing to do with. We'll start with some campus facts at the University of Iowa. First, the campus, and we did have an opportunity to drive through a portion of that today on the way to the North Liberty UIHC, the hospital project. We have just short of 2,000 acres at the University of Iowa on our campus. As you can see, 34 miles of roads. Those are not all roads. Those are the institutional roads. We are an interesting setting in that major arterial streets for the city of Iowa City run right through our campus. So those aren't included in that total, but we care for 34 miles of roads. We have 4 miles of tunnels, primarily utility-based, but also for people in some of our locations on the health science campus. You can see the size of our campus by square footage, 21.4 million, and 9.1 million of that for the general fund. And so, as you can see, the majority are related to our auxiliary units on campus, athletics, hospital, housing, and dining, but 9.1 million associated with our endeavors related to the general education fund. We have 263 buildings on our campus, and I think an important fact in that is our heavy responsibility of our keeper of history. The average age of our building based on construction date is 49 years. And as you can all either assume or know, as buildings get older, they get more expensive to take care of and to keep modern for students, for research, for healthcare that we are responsible for. You can see the current deferred renewal backlog of $442 million. It's a staggering number, but it's not one that is uncommon in higher education, and there is some explanation with that number. It doesn't mean we have $442 million worth of emergencies on this campus. When an air handler has a 25-year lifespan, it counts down towards its replacement at 25 years and is deferred after that. We know through the preventive care and fault detection efforts that we do on our campus, many and most of our systems systems last well beyond what is prescribed by the specifications for systems, roofs, windows, and other things. But that does continue to grow, and certainly in a tight environment, that number is important with respect to long-term investments in the campus and the care of the campus and condition of the campus. In fact, to the next slide, and there are two inset photos you don't really have to know or look in detail at because you can't. The print is too small. But they're slides that represent this notion of, as it says, the responsibility of ownership, of caring for an aging campus, and that what we refer to as the cost of ownership. The lowest cost in any project's lifetime is when we build the building. It's the care, the cleaning, the utilities, the renewal. And one of the facts in that top slide that you see reflects all of higher education. There was a big jump after World War II with the GI Bill and a sudden need to grow campuses quickly. That did also mean when they were grown that they weren't built to the level of quality that one would have hoped for at that time, which means renewal costs go up. And then as you can see the waves in time, typically there's a 30 to 35 year period in which a building needs, on average, a rehaul of renewal for building systems, for the way we teach, the pedagogies, and the way we do research change in that kind of click of time. And that's something to pay important attention to. You can't grow, you can't build an entire campus new and then hope that everything doesn't come due in 25, 30, 35 years. You can see we work with a company, Gordian, that does continuous conditions assessment and planning so that we make the most of the dollars in our renewal. Current deferred maintenance renewal budget, $8.8 million. In 2016, we had cuts at the university that did force a cut in those costs, and it does increase the challenge of our, as you can see in quotes, the keep up versus catch up reality in caring for these buildings. Our strategic and objective goal for facilities on our campus and facilities management is to lower that functional age. It's not just to build new buildings, it's to make existing buildings operate as if they're younger with new systems. And so that's an important objective of ours in taking care of a campus that has an age of building like we have. There are risks. Yes, please, David.
So the way we should interpret this graph is that we were keeping up with maintenance until about 2016, and we fell behind after that. Is that the way to look at that?
Yeah, the lower of the two graphics, the lower of the two, when you see all like new, that's not realistic, and
Right.
places don't do that. The keep up is the important one, and you can see up till 2016, generally on that line, we were at that keep up. And in fact, on a national basis, the FCNI, which is a Facilities Condition Index, would have University of Iowa as a whole at a better place than nearly all of our peers. Not by a lot, but certainly the investment to reduce future costs was there. No doubt in the $6 million cut to the annual renewal block allocation to facilities management of about $6 million. As you can see, the reduced level of that care, but the keep up, because of the age of the building, the keep up line continues on. So yeah, there is a gap.
And the larger the gap, the more catch-up we have to do later?
Later. Facilities are an interesting game because it does become time is money, but also, as it does on that fourth bullet I indicate, the risks include, just as you're saying, Regent Barker, can be rapidly increasing future costs, that pound of cure issue. Business interruptions is a big issue, not only for the academic campus, but especially for research and the work that we're doing that can't be interrupted, and healthcare, and the realities of student and faculty retention, and more importantly, recruitment. A place that people feel they can come to has to present that as they come. We do, because of that gap, we do prioritize out of necessity. You can see our 3 points. Top institutional priorities. You hear it from President Wilson and the rest of us, really aiming in on our strategic plan. That is a guiding factor for the decisions we make in renewal dollars. Highest operational cost risks, those that will cost a lot or will create business interruptions. And then we always keep high on our list student impacts and what are we here for, and who are we here for? Sorry, let me correct that. Looking at some of the projects, some of these are familiar. In fact, we passed by the sites of those shown in rendering form to the right side of the sheet. But projects going on, and we've communicated this to the Board of Regents in our January 2022 10-year master plan, the notion of right-sizing the campus and, to this very point, reducing those future cost responsibilities. In the last 3 years, the university has raised roughly 2,000 or 200,000 square feet of antiquated, obsolete buildings on our campus. And within that 10-year plan, in the next 5 to 10 years, we're slated to remove another 700,000 square feet of space that aren't serving the needs of research, of students, of healthcare. There are some examples that I show there. South Quad, which has now been removed. The buildings as we drove by today on Grand Avenue. Old Laundry has been used for landscape services. We've actually shut the building down because of its conditional concerns. That will be removed in the next year. We talked about speech and hearing as part of the hospital's tower project enabling, and then some other projects that we have in the master plan for this 10-year period. We just opened a new building, actually just celebrated the opening of a new building. Thank you to Regent Parker for attending that special event for our #1 rated nonfiction writing program, 100% donated project, opened across the street from the President's residence, and a really nice addition to what we refer to as our writer's neighborhood. The wrestling training facility, the Goschke family wrestling facility, is well underway with expected completion in April of this coming year. Again, 100% fundraised project, and I might point out as I show that project off, we did ask interim director, athletic director Beth Getz to join us today, be talking about some projects coming up on our capital register. She'd be glad to answer questions to that, but we also wanted to give an opportunity for you to meet Beth. She's jumping in the frying pan with all of the sports in the fall, but doing a wonderful job as she takes care of that position as interim athletic director. The North Liberty project we just visited, and as our team out there said, mid-2025, we expect we will be bringing patients to that building. The building and the project are going wonderfully. And then our health science academic building, also fall of 2025 for completion target, is bringing together 3 nationally ranked health science programs with CSD, our communications sciences and disorders, our physical therapy program as part of the Carver College of Medicine, and our health and human physiology, part of the College of Liberal Arts and Sciences, and actually the largest and fastest growing program in the College of Liberal Arts and Sciences, consolidated and benefiting from each other in this new building for our campus in 2025. I got to get a pointer on this. There we go. Looking ahead, some projects that are on the way. I talked to you, and we visited about our 10-year master plan, and the work on that continues. Some of the highlight projects we've mentioned: the UIHC Patient Tower project to start construction late 2025, and the major enabling projects for that, which include that health science project, the relocation of the water tower, and new parking ramp, which is now under construction north of Kinnick Stadium. Our Tippie College of Business is a college in the Middleset image, that building from 1994. It's a wonderful building for our Tippie College of Business, but they have more than doubled in their programming of their programs and services to students since that building was opened, and are in need of new and additional square footage to serve their missions as a top drawer of students in a top college of business. Our Pentecrest and the programs and buildings in the Pentecrest, which include computer science in the College of Liberal Arts and Sciences, are a priority of ours. And then the residence halls and the continued renewal of those residence halls, and a continued effort by the university and student life to explore the sale of Mayflower Residence Hall. And then, of course, athletics facility and modernization projects ongoing, some of those we saw, and some of those coming in future years as we continue to have modern facilities that serve our nearly 650 student athletes. And finally, as a final slide to reiterate the points made by John and prioritizing this stewardship and this care for our campus and asking the board to support on our behalf a partnership with the state of Iowa in caring for the campuses that you care for. The annual capital appropriation ask and plan is a $30 million per year state investment in deferred maintenance buy-down projects. This would be funding distributed to the 3 institutions by the Board of Regents, and each of the institutions would then additionally provide and reserve and partnership with half of that amount to make the most of the dollars in care improvements, as it says, $45 million in that effort to catch up and then keep up with respect to the care of our campuses. From the University of Iowa's perspective, our highest deferred maintenance priorities, it is student success as our primary driver, but the Pentecrest, as I already mentioned, $33 million in need there. 100 classes, 32,000 students using the very symbolic and geographic core of our campus every day. The main library, as we mentioned on the tour, the largest building on the University of Iowa campus with $130 million in deferred maintenance. 1.2 million student visits a year in that building, and 34,000 room reservations by those students in teaming together, tutoring, studying together throughout the year and throughout the day and night. The building is open 24 hours a day for them on that front. And then I mentioned computer science. It's a fast-growing program, 700 undergrad majors, and an in-demand and high-need profession for the state of Iowa. And they are operating out of a 1912 outdated building on the Pentecrest. And that is a building and that is a program that needs to be addressed as one of our priorities in the care of our existing square footage on our campus. And with that, I'll end our piece of the presentation and pass the mouse on.
Any questions for Rod? Okay. Wendy Kish with Iowa State University. There we go.
Good morning. Oh, do I need to move this closer? As John said, my name is Wendy Kish. I am currently serving as the Interim Associate Vice President of Facilities Planning and Management at Iowa State University. I'm pleased to be here today to represent Iowa State as well as share information with you regarding our facilities governance report. Our facilities and land are a significant asset to the university and its land grant mission. As the graph on the left shows you, we have almost 15 million gross square feet of facilities inventory, with the general fund at almost 50% of that. A total replacement cost of the facilities inventory is approximately $7.4 billion. Additionally, we have approximately 1,700 campus acres and 10,000 acres of agricultural research land. The decrease of 105,229 gross square feet from fiscal year 22 was primarily from demolition of old or damaged farm outbuildings in those farms. The pie chart on the right shows the gross square feet of general fund facilities by year of construction. The pie chart starts at pre-1930s and goes through the present. An important takeaway from the pie chart is that almost 75% of our facilities were constructed before 1990, so we have aging facilities, with almost 50% of the inventory constructed in the post-war quick-build, low-quality era, which leads us to deferred maintenance. We have a total deferred maintenance backlog of $755.3 million, with $716.9 million coming from general fund buildings and $38.4 million from utilities. The fire safety backlog of $2.5 million includes $2.4 million in the cost of adding sprinkler systems to 5 buildings to address fire corridor deficiencies cited by the State Fire Marshal inspection. In fiscal year 23, we completed $5.2 million in general fund facilities, $3.9 million in utilities, $104,000 in fire safety. And in fiscal year 24, we are planning $17.2 million in general fund facilities, $2.4 in utilities, and $1.2 in fire safety. To further highlight deferred maintenance and what we would do with more funding, I'm going to focus on 3 buildings in our STEM corridor. Many students select Iowa State due to our reputation in the STEM fields, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. We need to honor that legacy and the legacy of those who came before us through modernization of these STEM buildings. So Gilman Hall was constructed in 1914 and was the first campus building to be awarded to Iowa contractors. It has a total of 259,262 gross square feet with 2 additions in 1965 and 1985. The replacement cost of Gilman is $176 million. If you attended Iowa State, you probably had a class in this building. Gilman has one of the oldest auditoriums on campus. Renewal of this iconic building is needed to support the departments of chemistry, material science, and engineering, along with numerous other building occupants, including instructional spaces totaling almost 35,000 square feet. Renewal will eliminate $46.4 million in deferred maintenance. The building was named after Henry Gilman, who developed the chemistry department into one of the finest in the United States. He was known as the father of organometallic chemistry. Being a pioneer in the field, he built a reputation for Iowa State. We hope to honor that reputation by equipping Gilman Hall with new technologies and modernized classroom space to inspire students and provide them with the appropriate tools and technology to be a pioneer in their field. Bessie Hall was constructed in 1968 with an addition in 2017 for a total of 232,125 gross square feet. The total replacement cost for Bessie is $160 million. Bessie Hall is the home to the Department of Ecology, Environmental, and Organismal Biology. Sorry, I have a hard time with that word. And needs modernization. Renewal will eliminate deferred maintenance of $24.5 million. Charles Bessie, who the building was named after, was known as the innovator in botanical education. He created the first undergraduate botanical laboratory in the U.S. as well as the university's herbarium. Now it's the 12th largest U.S. university herbarium with over 660,000 specimens. Continuing with this legacy, the building contains another unique aspect for hands-on learning and discovery, the Richard Pohl Conservatory. The conservatory houses a large plant collection for instructional labs and research. Building systems in the original building require renewal to support the lab-intensive needs of the students, faculty, and staff. Adanasoff Hall was constructed in 1969. With 39,451 gross square feet, Adanasoff Hall is the home to the Department of Computer Science. Iowa State's legacy in computer science was solidified through the invention of the first digital electronic computer by John Vincent Adanasoff with his grad student Clifford Berry, named the ABC, the Adanasoff-Berry computer. Our 5-year capital plan focused on the renewal of Adanasoff Hall, and renewal will eliminate $6.3 million of deferred maintenance. Computer science and artificial intelligence is one of the fastest growing majors. As President Winterstein has emphasized with the Degrees of the Future initiative, we need these majors to prepare students for high-demand careers and help Iowa businesses and industries thrive. The building does not provide the modern collaborative space necessary for recruitment into this growing department. Overall, for effective hands-on learning and teaching in our STEM fields, we need to tackle bigger pieces of deferred maintenance to modernize our facilities, and we would appreciate your support. For a quick update on the state funds in the 5-year capital plan, the picture shows Phase 1 of the Veterinary Diagnostic Laboratory, VDL, and in FY24, we have $18 million to start VDL Phase 2. We are extremely grateful for your support of the VDL. For a quick update on institutional roads, we have 45 miles and almost $1.5 million annually for road care and projects. In addition to planned maintenance, we have various projects spanning across multiple years of funding. Project A will reconstruct a portion of Shoal Road. Project B will reconstruct a large portion of 13th Street. Project C will add a traffic signal on South 16th and will be done in conjunction with the City of Ames as they are widening the road. And Project D will replace a traffic signal at University and 6th. So thank you for your time and support, or time and attention, and we really appreciate your support of Iowa State University.
Any questions for Wendy? Okay. Thank you, Wendy. Mike Zwanziger, please. You just need your file, right?
There we go. Yep.
Okay.
While she's getting that up, Thank you, everyone. I'm here to share our highlights of the University of Northern Iowa's 2023 Facilities Governance Report. Campus remains very consistent and is made up of 810 acres of property with 99 buildings that have an average age of 37 years. Our total building gross square footage is 4.7 million square feet, of which 55% of that is general education fund, with a current replacement value of just over $1.5 billion. We're recording a deferred maintenance backlog of approximately $230 million. There's a couple graphs on the screen that there's a lot of detail in here, but tried to simplify it down. But very similar to other universities, construction at UNI's campus occurred in waves that can be seen in this top graph. The purple line represents general education fund buildings, with the gold line representing housing and dining. These waves of construction result in many buildings needing reinvestment at the same time. The lower chart represents the university's deferred maintenance exposure since 2001. Our deferred maintenance has grown at a higher rate over the past 10 years as the rate of reinvestment has slowed. The yellow dots at the bottom of this graph indicate when major state funding was provided for capital renewal. Starting with in 2001, Lang Hall was renovated and opened, and ending with the 2024 dot for applied engineering that will be opened. The widening gap between the funding and completion of these major capital projects is what's driving our deferred maintenance liability higher. UNI's top capital request for next year is $3.85 million to complete the funding for our applied engineering building, which is shown on the screen. This project is progressing on campus and is currently approximately 60% complete. The facility houses offices, collaboration spaces, labs that support programs in manufacturing, electronics, construction management, robotics, and other programs, along with the university's degree in material science and engineering. Phase 1 is scheduled to be complete and open for spring 24 classes, and we're excited to give you all a tour at the November board meeting. The other priority for capital funding at UNI is for major maintenance. We're requesting $36.2 million over 4 years to address critical deferred maintenance that would impact 18 general fund buildings on campus. First-year projects would include roofing and envelope work for Curtis Business Building, which is pictured here, roofing for the Wellness Recreation Center, roofing for Storywood Theater, and envelope and building infrastructure work on other facilities. So I wanted to show you some things that we have completed over the past year. There's a lot of detail in the governance report that you've all been provided. As you might expect, there's a lot of ongoing projects on campus to maintain the facilities. A few of those I'm going to highlight here. This past year, we undertook phase 1 of the Wellness Rec Center roof replacement project, which is pictured here. The right is a picture of the new roof that was put on. And you can see on the left is the deterioration of the roof. That roof was 26 years old, showing significant signs of deterioration, and it was past its useful life. We're also finalizing a significant re-roof and envelope project for the Innovative Teaching Technology Center, which will be housing our nursing program. Safety is a top priority for us when we're looking at projects on campus, and the replacement of the 50-year-old wood walking bridge connecting our South Campus area to Central Campus was completed this past summer. Private funds are also being used for improvements and upgrades. This past year, we completed a renovation of the Carillon instrument in our campanile, adding bells and refurbishing the entire instrument and keyboard area, all with private funds. The university's housing and dining unit are also providing, they're also investing in their facilities through minor upgrades and roof replacements this past year. We completed new roofs on Roth and Hagman Hall. Hagman is shown here on the left. And these projects are being undertaken to extend the useful life of these buildings. We're also able to incorporate some safety improvements here with handrails, guardrails around some of the equipment and appropriate walkways. Finally, our Gallagher Bluedorn Performing Arts Center is getting improvements using private funds for expanded restrooms, concessions, and patron spaces, while also addressing the deferred maintenance needs in the areas that are being impacted. And so that ends my part of this, and I would thank you all for allowing me to show you what we've been doing, and if there's any questions, I'd be happy to field those.
Any questions for Mike? Regent Barker.
I'm not sure I understand the two graphs that you showed. On the lower one, what is the purple line? That's
Yep. So the purple line represents what we've recorded through our facilities governance report as deferred maintenance for those fiscal years.
the purple line is deferred maintenance.
Yep, that's what
Okay.
we've recorded. So back in 2001, you know, really about 2001 through about 2014, we were recording between $50 and $75 million in deferred maintenance. And the yellow dots along the bottom were mostly state-funded capital renewal for renovations of buildings
Okay,
on
that's
campus.
just years that you got that funding.
Yes.
Okay.
And so as those projects and that funding, there was more time in between them, we've not been able to address the deferred maintenance in those buildings through renovations. So between 2000 and 2009 or 2010, we averaged a state-funded capital project approximately every year and a half. Between 2010 and 2020, that gap was about every 3 years. And if you look at 2020 through what we project through 2030, that's about 7 years. It's doubled every 10 years. So every year and a half to every 3 years to every 7 years, which is why we're seeing our deferred maintenance liability increase.
Okay, and I'm sorry, the difference between the gold and the purple lines on the upper graph?
Yeah, the purple is construction for general fund facilities, and the gold is housing and dining. So we've been working closely with housing and dining to try to address their needs, as they have a significant amount of their portfolio that was built in those waves in the mid-'60s, and then we had some in the '90s, and then mid-2010s.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, very good. Mary Skopek, please.
Good morning, Regents. All right. Good morning, Regents. My name is Mary Skopek. I'm the Executive Director at Iowa Lakeside Laboratory. We are a 147-acre campus on the west shore of West Okoboji. We have 40 buildings. 26 are on the National Historic Registry. Most of our buildings date back to the 1930s and early 1940s. So I'm here to talk to you today to put together a request for a new residence hall, a housing facility. We did a housing condition report in 2022. Primarily, our housing consists of cabins. These cabins are unheated. They do not have bathrooms or air conditioning. They lack fire suppression and fire detection. So obviously, that's not a safe situation for our students. They also lack ADA accessibility, and they do not have secure entry systems. We also do not have sufficient beds to meet all the needs that are currently out there in our campus. If we look at our nicer housing, that would be the motels. The motels were moved in from Spencer in 2000. Those motels date to the 1940s and 50s. And again, they lack fire suppression and detection. They are not ADA compliant, and the doors open to the outside. So from an energy efficiency point of view, they are not very efficient. They also have all the original wiring and plumbing, so they are constantly in need of repair. And we have 40 beds in 22 units in those motels. And again, what we're hoping to do is replace 2 of those motel units with a new 40-unit, 75-bed residence hall. So if you take a look at the current motels on the north side of campus, we would take down those motel units and put a new housing facility, very similar footprint. And so we're trying not to expand onto our natural area of campus, but this would provide a much improved situation for our students. This is a picture of what the 75-bed housing facility looks like, more typical of what you would expect in a residence hall with a central hallway where energy efficiency-wise, we're not opening doors to the outside. And again, a couple of pictures of what that building would look like from the ends of the building. We are requesting $1.5 million in the next fiscal year so we can go into design phase and then finish up with the rest of the costs of $7.4 million in fiscal '26. And this really helps us to take away about $500,000 in deferred maintenance. And again, these buildings are quite old, built in the 40s, and we're quite concerned about that lack of safety for the students. They also don't have a storm shelter. So if a storm were to come through campus, students would have to literally run to the dining hall where our nearest storm shelter would be. And we really think we need to improve that situation for the students. And that's all I have for you today.
Any questions for me or for any of the presenters today on the facilities report? Anything at all? Okay. With that, sure, go.
Just one comment that, deferred maintenance is an expense that we're spending already. And so when I try to talk to my legislative friends and idea of maybe giving us some funding to help with that, they have to realize the money's already spent. So the question is, are you going to fix it now or fix it later? And it's going to cost more later. So any monies that they can come up with to help us on this deferred thing now saves us money down the road.
Right. I can tell you that the universities altogether average over the last 10 years, $32 million a year on deferred maintenance, which I'm trying to change that to be known as building renewal because deferred maintenance makes it sound like we're shirking our responsibility or something. I don't know, but in any case, they're doing a good job and they're doing the best they can to take and minimize deferred maintenance either through demolitions or renovations or whatever, and that's great. But it's like Rod was talking about and others about these waves of construction that have already happened are going to bring waves of renewal projects, and so we're just trying to take our game up a click or so and make more noise about building renewal. And that's what the request is about, is the $30 million per year along with the tuition replacement. Okay. With that, I'll turn it back over to Regent Reiswick.
Okay, with that, is there anything? Okay, with that, Rod, I think you're up, if you're ready.
Certainly. Thank you, Regent Reiswick. The University of Iowa's Capital Register includes 7 projects and then 1 request for alternative delivery. And I will mention again, we have 2 folks who joined us today because of some of these projects, but Interim Athletic Director Beth Getz is here, and also Interim CEO for University of Iowa Hospitals and Clinics, Kim Hunter is here. Kim will also be here for the hospital committee meeting, but with these projects, should there be questions, or if you'd like to ask them any questions, they would be glad to answer those as well. I'll go through each of the projects that we do have. The first 4 are requests for permission to proceed with planning. The last 3 are schematic design, budget description, or rather project description and budget. The first of the projects that we present to you is the CAMBUS Maintenance Facility, Expand Facility. Many of you have either known or used or did today. Our CAMBUS system, which was founded in 1972, one of the longest standing and most successful free public transit systems in the country, very heavily utilized not only by our students, but by commuters for University of Iowa hospitals and clinics, and busier than ever. And it is a completely, the entire staff of bus drivers are University of Iowa students. We rely heavily on federal grant, and then of course as an auxiliary on our campus for parking and transportation. This project would be an expansion at their current location on the service core of our campus, south of Burlington Street on Madison, as denoted by the map that you have in your documents. We're estimating a $17 to $18 million project. This would be funded by a federal grant and parking and transportation auxiliary reserves. It would allow for the buses, for more buses to be stored, but also additional service to those buses, addressing the needs and demand we have for CAMBus on campus. The second project is a University of Iowa Hospitals and Clinics Stead Family Children's Hospital Level 8 build-out. This, as we have mentioned in the write-up, is a fit-out of a shelled space within the Stead Family Children's Hospital for postpartum rooms, as well as support spaces, family waiting, and provider workrooms. This, as is noted in the write-up, 34% growth in the next 5 years, 63% growth in the next 10 years in newborn deliveries. And as one of the many services we provide to the citizens of the state of Iowa and beyond, this is an important one, and we're undersized for the demand on that front. And this project will be a difference maker for mother and baby and newborn space in support of that. The third project, permission to proceed with planning, Bowen Science Building, 1973 building on our campus, the most intensely and densely used research facility we have on campus. This project will renovate the first floor, core labs, 100 and 200. We continue to work through that building to make it pertinent and valuable to our research endeavors, modernizing the building core by core. This is an example of that. Estimated $5 to $8 million project through university funds. We're also asking, as a part of this request, to waive design professional selection process that would be normally executed upon your approval of permission to proceed with planning. The DLR group, architects out of Des Moines, have just finished or working on project. It's almost an instant replay of this project on the adjacent floor, and it gives them an opportunity to use what they already know within the building systems and layouts to give us a leg up on the design process. They were selected as part of a competitive, Board of Regents competitive process for the project that they're doing in Bowen Science currently. And as the write-up indicates, the Department of Anatomy and Cell Biology are central to the work that would occur here for research, education, and service out of those departments. The fourth project, one more, permission to proceed with planning, medical laboratories, is renovate lower level. Again, this one, a $5 to $6 million renewal project and modernization project, university funds. And once again, a project where, very similar to the previous project, we would like to ask the board to approve a waiver on design professional selection. Envision Architecture out of Waterloo is the current architect of record on a project that is immediately above this project and impacting the systems on this project, and also similar scale, very close to the work that we're doing in modernizing this portion of the lower level. And so, once again, they were selected through a Board of Regents competitive open process previously, and we'd like to waive that selection so we can have them start on this project immediately. It's a building that requires renewal efforts, 1927 building central to the health science campus, and one that where we're able, we can modernize for those using the building. The next project, the next set of projects are project description and budget projects. The first of these, the dental science building, replace air handling unit 2B. Not a sexy project, but a very important one in this building, also built in 1973. 70% of the dentists in the state of Iowa have graduated from this important building. We've done some partial modernization of the building in recent years. This project is required to address the air handling units, a $2.9 million project, university funds. And as you can see, the renewal renewal costs associated with this are $1.7 million in renewal costs eliminated by the project. The scope of work includes the air handling unit, but also distribution ducts, fire suppression components of that system, plumbing and electrical systems. We would plan to start construction yet this fall, and the project would be complete by winter 2024. The next project is from our athletic department, asking for the board's approval of the schematic design, project description, and budget for, as the renderings would indicate, a one-story, 32,000 square foot training center for our women's gymnastics program and our Spirit Squad teams. Spirit Squad teams do not have facilities currently, and women's gymnastics is in very outdated space within the field house and undersized space. Again, always of interest to us, this project would address $125,000 in renewal costs eliminated by the project. We would be building this out on the Hawkeye campus off of Prairie Meadow Road, or Prairie Meadow Drive, rather. It's adjacent to the soccer stadium that we have there, kind of between that and our tennis center, and a project that will be led by generous donations to the athletic department and also athletic department revenues. So it is you can see within your docket information renderings of that project, contextual with the architecture of the buildings that are out there, and also floor plans for a shared and efficient use space for both gymnastics and for Spirit Squad. We schedule the intent of the project would be a fall 23 to fall 24, roughly a one-year construction project as we would advance this upon your approval. And then finally, another athletics project associated with our football team, schematic design and budget approval request for a $2.5 million project funded by Athletic Department Gifts and Earnings for a locker room upgrade within the Stu and Lenore Hansen facility. It was built 11 years ago. Heavy use by the student athletes, and much of the space is outdated and worn and needs modernization. This would be a project that we would start construction on this spring in April and would finish it by July. It's not a large project, but an important one to the football program for the active student athletes, but also for recruitment of future student athletes. Not a specific project request, but the last request we have on the table today is related to a project the Board of Regents has approved we move forward with, which is the Iowa Memorial Union Modernization Project. We're asking for approval to advance alternative delivery as construction manager at risk, and we would upon your approval for that, would advance a selection process as we have when occasions have called for us to use this construction method on other projects. One example of those being the North Liberty project that we visited today. Those are the range of projects the University of Iowa brings forward. Sort of a busy Board of Regents Capital Register. They go in waves, and this one's got a lot of projects on it. Thank you, and I'll be glad to take any questions.
Thank you, Rod. Any questions?
Quick, the Union project, you mentioned in here that it would improve circulation in the building.
Yes.
Has that sort of been renovated kind of piecemeal over the years and caused some circulation problems within that building?
Short answer is absolutely. Now, the building itself was built in 1925, was added to in a significant way in the 1950s when we introduced the Iowa House Hotel, 3-story hotel in the building. And then we've done some fit-in renovations over the years, bridging spaces between, increased efficiency, and then throw in the 2008 flood, which closed the building for 5 years. It was recovered and protected. You can see a permanent flood wall, which actually doubles as a plaza out the west side of the building looking over the river in partnership with the federal government and FEMA. But as a part of that deal, we proposed to FEMA to address outdated building systems. It's a lot of what's behind the walls in a building of this scale and age, and FEMA disallowed it. We would put at risk the federal funds if we did anything other than repair of the building as it was. And so we did that work. There was a period of time when we weren't allowed during an audit period with the federal government to do anything within the building. That period has expired. We're able to move forward. So we're going back to fix the things we wanted to fix before. But a key component of that is tying together public spaces, student spaces, so that there is an easier way to get through and understand your way through the building. It is absolutely chopped up.
Yeah, I think Robert and I got a little lost
Yeah,
in
got
there
lost,
last night.
breadcrumb
when,
event.
yeah.
And this will allow us to address student needs. We're moving student health and wellness in. This will be the last year of the Iowa House operating. Those 3 floors are valuable square footage for functions and services that are of increasing need for our students. And so we'll add those services as we modernize the building. And then that connection too. We lived through the flood, but we recognize and celebrate the river as an important part of our campus. The new flow through the building with this renovation will allow us to connect, upon entry, connect to that new plaza and the river room and other elements we have that take advantage of views of and experiences of the river. So absolutely.
Yeah,
David.
and one last thing, I think you said 70% of the dentists come for, I think it's 80% of the
It
dentists.
keeps going up, that's for
No,
sure, because
80,
it's
right?
every dentist.
80% of the dentists in Iowa come from the dental
Soon
school.
81%
Okay.
next spring. And it's every, because it does keep going up, it's every graduating class since 1973.
Yeah.
And it is our sole building representing our College of Dentistry, an important project. A dean who has come back to the University of Iowa, Clark Stanford, has been making great strides in modernizing the research portion of the building. I don't mean to stray, but that's an important part of our 10-year master plan and working with Dean Stanford and their team to modernize and serve even more citizens of the state of Iowa. We do research, we do teaching, but we also do clinic work in that one building. Very important building on our campus. Thank you. 80%.
Right.
I had a question too, Rod. This is Robert. It's pretty clever of you to kind of coordinate with those student senate that we went to last night to get Regent
To
Barker
get
and
you
me
lost.
Yes, to help get our
No
support
problem.
for this project, yeah. My question is about the other 7 projects other than number 8, has it been determined on all of them that they will be a kind of design, bid, build, kind of the traditional delivery system, or are some of those in planning still up in the air?
The only one we're requesting for an alternative delivery as construction manager at risk is the Mayflower project. And the primary reasons, and we talk about it, but it is of the scale of the project for management of the trades, but also a very complicated project that will remain open and phased so that we can continue to have student use of the building while we manage its renovations.
And you said Mayflower, but you meant Memorial Union?
Sorry.
Yep. Okay.
Yeah, we're not intending to do construction management at risk at Mayflower. As was mentioned earlier, that's a building we're actually exploring sale of. But yes, the Iowa Memorial Union would be the only of these projects. And again, 90 to 95% of our projects are delivered by the standard design bid build format, and that format works very well in a competitive nature for the vast majority of our projects. Those, when we come to the board and ask for alternative delivery, and in this case, construction management at risk, are with explicit needs to create the greatest value for the state of Iowa in these projects, and reduce, and that includes reducing risk and timing of the projects, and so that would be the one that we're requesting here.
And I appreciate that outlook or your process of trying to do that. And when we do the traditional bidding process, it kind of opens it up to every contractor, and we want to, for public money, we want to be able to do that. But I understand the isolated needs when you do
And
the
it should
others.
also be noted that when the construction management at-risk projects do occur, they are using local trades. That they are required to do very transparent, open bidding like we would, and then work with us on the award of those bids. And as you can imagine, we are a place-based society. Those subcontractors are Iowans, unless we run out of those subcontractors, in which case the CM at-risk firms can draw from a wider regional range in bringing in their people to help. But we first bid, and it's almost exclusively Iowa, local, eastern Iowa subcontractors that make the difference on those projects too. Any
Any other questions for Rod? Okay. Thanks, Rod.
Thank
Hearing
you.
none, we'll recommend these to the board.
Thank you.
Thank you. With that, welcome Sean Norman for his report, please.
Thank you, Regent Reswick. Today, I have one project that I've asked for permission to proceed, and then 4 projects asking for project description and budget. To get into it, Iowa State University is requesting board approval for permission to proceed with project planning to renovate the first and second floors of the Human Nutritional Science Building to accommodate a student-run restaurant and textile science teaching laboratory within the ISU College of Human Science. On the first floor, with over 8,900 square feet, the Joan Bice Underwood Tea Room would be renovated. The Tea Room is the student-run restaurant whose primary purpose is to teach and learning laboratories for students majoring in hospitality management, event management, culinary food science, and human nutrition. Currently, the tea room is located on the basement floor of Mackey Hall and is near 100 years old. And it does not meet industry standards, practices regarding a high-quality student learning environment, as are significant limitations for incorporating a team-based learning, cutting-edge equipment, technology integration, proper food storage, and exceptional customer experience. Additionally, the tea room is not accessible or ADA compliant and is in a space with limited opportunities for program expansion. When courses are not in session, the tea room space will provide research opportunities for undergrad, graduates, and faculty in food safety and consumers experience in event management. On the second floor, this will be the Textile Science Teaching Laboratory, will be renovated and relocated due to the LeBaron Hall replacement project, which I will talk about here later, and programmatically co-relocate with other teaching spaces for the apparel, merchandising, and design. As a flagship program for the college and university, the technology and science of textile states sets the program apart from comparable region and national programs. The estimated project budget is between $9 million to $11 million, and this will be funded by private gifting and university funds. Moving on to the project description and budgets. The first one is Bruce McKee Indoor Tennis Complex remodel. Iowa State University is requesting board approval for proposal, schematic design, project budget, and description to renovate the Bruce McKee Indoor Tennis Complex in the West Ames to convert it into a new practice facilities for our ISU volleyball team. Through board approval on a separate proposed lease with the ISU Research Park, ISU would like to move out of the 2-court tennis facility in West Ames and into the ISU Research Park multi-court tennis facility, making the facilities available for ISU volleyball. To create a permanent practice facilities for the volleyball program and relocate them from Hilton Coliseum. The project layout is designed for efficient for the daily use of student athletes and staff in its role in recruitment. Visibility will be at a prioritization with clear views between the lobby and volleyball courts and views of the office on the mezzanine level to the courts. Construction will start in the summer of 2024 and be completed in the spring 2025. The estimated project budget is $4.2 million, and this will be funded by athletics revenues. The next project that I talked about earlier was LeBaron Hall replacement. Iowa State University requests board approval for proposed schematic design, project description, and budget to demolish LeBaron Hall and replace it with a new building. In addition, this project would also renovate the circulation corridor connecting LeBaron Hall, McKay Hall, and the Human Nutritional Science Building and renovate 10% of Mackey Hall. And built in 1952, the LeBaron Hall has no significant renovations since its original construction. The mechanical systems must be updated with poor air distribution and inadequate air quality. The plumbing needs to be improved. Electrical and data systems need more capacity and distribution. ADA accessibility is not fully compliant with restrooms, elevators, and internal wayfindings needing significant improvements. LeBaron's infrastructure is to support high-tech innovation equipment for program delivery, teaching, and research laboratory design does not exist and cannot be added due to the structural limitations of the building. The new building would offer a contemporary learning environment to encourage independent learning and leadership development, and better prepare students by facilitating an industry-based learning. The project would include innovative instructional spaces and a new general university classroom. New teaching laboratories would meet industry standards and program enrollment needs. A new common area would be also included, doubling as a teaching and research space for event management programs and function as a student center collaborative workspace for students, staff, and faculty. Construction will start in September 2024 and will be completed by summer of 2026. The estimated project budget is $39 million to be funded by private giving and university funds. And additionally, there will be $5 million in building renewal costs will be eliminated through this project. The next project is Maple Willow Larch Commons. The Iowa State University requests board approval for the proposed project description and budget to renovate Seasons Marketplace food service restrooms and back-of-the-house area. Built in 1969, the Maplewood Larch Residence Hall has over 1,580 beds. Its Season Marketplace requires renovation due to the lack of compliance with the state of Iowa building codes, inadequate equipment, inefficient workflows, and deteriorating finishes. The Season Marketplace is ISU's second largest on-campus dining center, serving approximately 20,000 meals per week during the academic year. This facility is key service entity to various summer conferences and ISU admission campus visits. Construction will start in summer of 2024. The estimated budget is $2.5 million and will be funded by the ISU dormitory bonds proceeds. The next one, the Iowa State is requesting board approval for proposed schematic design, project description, and budget to renovate the east end of Sheeman's Building, ground floor, main entrance, entry lobbies, first floor, event areas, circulation spaces, and restrooms. Built in 1975, the Sheeman Building hosts many events and thousands of visitors to Iowa State University annually. The near 50-year-old facility has not been modernized for years. The project would include the finishing, event amenities, rooms, and guest experience. The Benton Auditorium will be renovated into a flexible event space with stages and seating areas. The project would provide new food and beverage amenities, internal wayfindings, and signage improvement. Construction will start in spring 2024 and will be completed in the summer of 2025. The estimated project budget is $12 million and will be funded by ISU Facilities Corporation bonding proceeds, and $900-some thousand in the building renewal costs will be eliminated through this project. And that's what I have. And any questions?
Thank you, Sean. Any questions for Sean?
I might ask you the same question. Are all these projects kind of the traditional design, bid, build is what it looks like?
Yes, sir.
Thanks.
Okay. No further questions. Thank you, Sean. We'll recommend these to the board.
All right, thank you.
Are there any other items or questions that should come before the committee today?
I got one more.
That's right. I'm sorry, Sean.
That's
You have-
okay.
You have one more thing.
Y'all can just approve it. I don't
Yeah. Sorry, Sean.
No
Please,
problem.
go ahead.
No, so the last one is a lease. The Iowa State was requesting board approval for a proposed 20-year lease agreement with the ISU Research Park to lease their tennis facilities for the ISU tennis program. In September 2022, the board approved a lease between ISU and Ames Racket and Fitness Center. However, after the further conversations with ARFC and the ISU Research Park, the Research Park will now purchase the ARCF existing 4-court indoor tennis facility, expanding the facility approximately 34,000 square feet to house a total of 6 indoor courts, which will include team rooms, locker rooms, training rooms, offices, and restrooms. The term of the lease is, the lease will be, the ISU Park will have the initial 20-year term. ISU will have the ability to renew on a year-to-year basis following the initial lease terms. The cost, the ISU Research Park will recover its construction costs, which are expected to be about $5.9 million through rental and other payments made to ISU. And once the ISU Research Park has recovered its construction costs, ISU will have no obligations to pay the rent. ISU would pay for the operating costs. Also, the Ames Racket and Fitness Center has also intended to enter into a long-term agreement with us to use the facilities during time approved by ISU and would pay ISU for the usage. The option to purchase, the lease provides ISU with the right of first refusal to purchase the facility. And that's what I have.
Any questions on that? Okay. I think you're done now.
I'm done.
Okay.
All right, I'm gonna get out of here.
Thank you, Sean.
Thank you.
Anything else to come before the committee? Okay. With that, then the meeting is adjourned. Thank you.
Nice job. Nice job, man. Pains? Yeah, absolutely. We do. We do, and maybe beyond us, I mean, from a business office perspective, getting some of our folks like, I think about Mike Kearns, who is on an interim basis running our design and construction. I mean, they're pulling these things together. Yeah, if you wanted, send some of the thoughts, some of the things you're seeing, like that. And if there are others that you'd like to touch base on, we should do it. I mean, it could be a Zoom or it could be in one of these meetings. Have a chance to do that and bring other people around the table who can help answer some of those questions. Absolutely. It's a pain.
Yeah, because I told him, I said, if I don't, I'm going to have to contract it out, and I'm going to pay more than I pay for.
A lot more. Yeah, it's true. Yeah, you better get that. Thank you.
Sound check, sound check. Sound check, sound check.
The meeting of the Board of Regents, State of Iowa, for September 27th, 2023 will come to order. President Richards is not attending this meeting, so I will be presiding. I will begin by calling roll. Regent Dunkel? Here. Regent Barker?
Here.
Regent Crow?
Here.
Regent Rouse?
Here.
Regent Lindmeyer?
Here.
Regent Kramer?
Here.
Regent Reiswick?
Here.
Regent Bates is present. We have a quorum and the meeting can proceed. We're going to go ahead right now with the bond sales. So I'd like to recognize Chief Business Officer Brad Berg for a report on the result of today's bids.
Thank you, President Pro Temp Bates and members of the board. This morning, we received bids on behalf of the University of Iowa Facilities Corporation for a bond issue to finance a portion of the academic health facility that will be built on campus. And Elizabeth Bergman, who is the board's municipal advisor, is present with the results of that sale. Elizabeth?
Thank you, and thank you, President Pro Temp Bates. Thank you for telling me how to say that, Brad. I appreciate that. And members of the Board of Regents. I'm delighted to be with you and discuss the results of the sale from this morning. We had 8 bids on the bonds, which is a really healthy crop of bidders, with a winning bid from Morgan Stanley at 4.523%. From top to bottom, 10 basis points between the highest and the lowest bid. We also, through the process, got the ratings done with Moody's and S&P, affirmation on both, the AA1 at Moody's and AA at S&P. They reflected healthy finances, and I thought one thing that was very interesting that was said was excellent brand was one of the credit positives that I thought was a nice summary of their opinion of the University of Iowa. So those are the facts, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Okay. Does anyone have any questions or comments? Okay. A motion and a second are required to approve a resolution authorizing and approving the issuance of $28,720,000 University of Iowa Facilities Corporation Revenue Bonds, Series 2023, for the purpose of financing a portion of constructing and equipping a new health sciences academic building and paying for the cost of issuance, providing the payment thereof, and directing the University of Iowa Facilities Corporation as issuer to issue said bonds. Do I have a motion and a second?
I'll make the motion.
Regent Dunkel made the motion.
I'll second.
Regent Crow made the, Regent Dunkel made the motion, Regent Crow made the second. I'll get this right here. Is there any further discussion? If not, I'll call roll call vote. Regent Rouse?
Yes.
Regent Dunkel?
Yes.
Regent Crow?
Yes.
Regent Lindmeyer?
Yes.
Regent Reiswick?
Yes.
Regent Barker?
Yes.
Regent Kramer?
Yes.
Regent Bates votes yes. The motion is approved. Thank you, Brad. At this time, we will return to the committee work. First up is the Free Speech and Student Affairs Committee chaired by It's governance. I did know that. All right. I moved my paper. All right. Okay. Welcome to the meeting of the Governance, Evaluation, and Human Resources Committee. We have a quorum, and this meeting is called to order. Our first agenda item is approval of the June 14th, 2023 Governance, Evaluation, and Human Resources Committee meeting minutes. Are there any questions or comments? Hearing none, the minutes are approved by general consent. Associate Counsel Bauer will present on our second agenda item, personnel appointments.
Good afternoon, everyone. We've got one personnel appointment from Iowa State, which is David Spalding. This is actually an administrative assignment. He has actually been doing these duties since about 2018, so we're making him permanent. This is actually in addition to his being the Dean of the College of Business.
Very good. Are there any questions or comments? Thank you, Kristen. The committee will recommend approval by general consent. Associate Counsel Bauer will present on our third agenda item, health and dental insurance rates.
What you guys have in your docket is the universities are asking the board to approve the plans and increases for the 2024 for medical and dental premium rates. That will be effective January 1st of 2024. You'll also see included Iowa State and UNI's student rates. We did Iowa's back in June. They just had their rates together ahead of time, so we allowed the other two institutions to do theirs at this meeting. So you won't see University of Iowa student rates, just UNI and Iowa State's, as well as then the full all three university rates.
Any questions or comments?
Yeah, sure.
Yes, Regent Reiswick.
Just a question, looking at the plan design on these, are there, it looks like University of Iowa has a high deductible plan. Does ISU and UNI have one as well?
Have a what? I'm sorry.
High deductible plan option?
I believe so. I can double check that. I have some extra stuff I can give you, but I do. Hang on, I'm checking. You got to ask me a really difficult question, don't you, Regent? Let me double check before I make sure. I believe so, but I will get back to you just to make sure.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? If not, the committee will recommend approval by general consent. Associate Counsel Bauer will now present on our fourth agenda item, the program report.
This is a report that the board actually asked from Iowa State. We had set up a specialized retirement incentive program last year in April. This is a report that just provided the information on who participated, what the cost was, and sort of what the outcomes were. So we're submitting the report to the committee to take a look at.
Okay. Thank you. Are there any questions or comments for Associate? Okay. If not, the committee will recommend approval by general consent. Is there any other business to come before the committee? If not, the Governance, Evaluation, and Human Resource Committee is now adjourned. Thank you, Counsel Bauer. Now.
We'll call to order the Academic Affairs Committee, and we'll begin with approval of the Academic Affairs Committee meeting minutes from June. Are there any changes to those minutes? Hearing none, we'll approve those by general consent. First item on our docket is a recommendation from Provost Wickert on program termination, I think.
Thank you, Regent Lindenmeyer. Iowa State University requests permission to terminate our bachelor's degree in speech communication, which is offered through our Department of English in our College of Liberal Arts and Sciences. As noted in the docket item, interest in this particular program has declined in recent years, and there are currently fewer than 10 students in the most recent cohort. This discipline has evolved over the years in favor of communications studies, which offers a broader course of study and which we hear from employers as providing skills that are more relevant in the modern workforce. So current students enrolled in speech communication will be able to timely complete their degrees. Our dean has met with students during the past spring semester to make them aware of this change, and our academic advisors will work closely with those students to accommodate them in remaining courses in their discipline, or to choose alternative classes that meet their other learning or career goals. Overall, 9 courses will be eliminated as part of this proposal, which will save the department about $75,000 annually. additional teaching capacity, which will be freed up by sunsetting the speech communications major, will be redirected to other priorities, including the communication study major, which has higher enrollment. This request has received all necessary internal approvals and will take effect upon approval by the board.
Any questions for Provost Wickert?
Yeah.
David? Regent Barker, I'm sorry.
No, that's all right. How do you get those savings without personnel reductions? How is there that $75,000 saving?
Really has to do with the enrollment level in the classes. So we're currently offering classes with lower enrollments in them, and so the faculty will now be teaching courses with larger enrollments, which will produce more student credit hours.
Okay, but there's no reduction in number of employees, right, or faculty or anything?
Correct. But they're producing more outcome by, it's more efficient to be teaching
Okay.
larger courses.
So you may be able to save on personnel costs in the future through attrition or whatever?
Correct.
Okay.
Any other questions for Provost Wickert? Okay. We'll approve that by general consent and make that recommendation. Provost Kriegel?
Thank you. I'm going to ask Associate Provost Amanda Tyne, and she's also Dean of the Grad College, to go through these because she's the one who does the heavy lift on this.
Right.
So.
Good afternoon, everybody. Oh, am I on now?
No.
Okay, good afternoon. The University of Iowa proposes to terminate the Executive Master of Business Administration program in the Tippie College of Business. The Executive MBA, the EMBA program, was first offered in 1978 and has served students who are advanced in their careers and working full-time. The EMBA is a 16-month, 48-semester-hour program. The cohort begins in the fall and graduates the following fall semester. The rationale for the termination is declining enrollment. EMBA programs are appealing to executives at large corporations where employers often sponsor their programs. Because Iowa City is not a large metropolitan area, and because company sponsorships have declined, students are choosing alternative options that are more flexible and cost-efficient, like the Iowa MBA, which is a flexible part-time program for working professionals offered by the Tippie College of Business. Current students will be able to complete their degree in December 2023 with the same coursework and experiences as originally planned. The EMBA program is projected to lose funds annually at a steady state, so terminating the program will allow faculty effort to be reallocated to other programs and locations, including the Iowa MBA, which continues to grow and needs more resources. One staff position would be impacted after the last EMBA student graduates in December 2023. There are two comparable programs in the state of Iowa. First, as I mentioned earlier, the Tippie College of Business will continue to provide an MBA to Iowa's workforce through the Iowa MBA program. The Iowa MBA provides students and employers with greater flexibility at a lower cost and with access from all of Iowa's 99 counties through the online option. The Iowa MBA has admitted many students who meet the EMBA criteria and will continue to serve executive-level students after the closure of the EMBA. The termination of the EMBA will positively affect the Iowa MBA. This program is expected to continue to grow. Resources for the EMBA will be redirected to the Iowa MBA to manage increases in enrollment. Iowa State also offers an 18-month EMBA for experienced professionals in food, agriculture, and biosystems. It's 80% in-person and 20% online.
Sure. So am I hearing correctly that you're not seeing a decline in enrollment of executives, you're just seeing a decline in this particular program? Because
Yes.
they're in the Iowa MBA program
Yes,
increasingly.
that's right. They,
Okay.
people who would have been in this program are more interested in the online flexible option that Tippie offers.
Okay, all right, thanks.
Regent Crow.
So it mentions in our docket that one staff position would be impacted by this change. Could you elaborate on what that impact might be for them?
Yes, I think this is one staff position that would be eliminated because of, this would be less administrative work at the campus level.
How old is this program? It's been around a little bit.
Yes, the program started in 1978.
Okay, you want to move on to other recommendations?
All right. The University of Iowa proposes to terminate the Master of Arts in Asian Civilizations program in the College of Liberal Arts and Sciences. The Asian Civilization Master of Arts program was established in the late 1980s. The program enrolls students with substantial Chinese, Japanese, Hindi, and Sanskrit language training. The rationale for the termination is low enrollment. Since the fall of 2018, there have been no more than 5 students enrolled in any given semester. Currently, there's 1 student in the MA program. That student is expected to graduate in fall 2023. Thus, a closure of the Asian Civilization MA program will not affect current students. The program has a low number of core faculty due to recent retirements, so no reduction in faculty or staff is needed. There's no additional effect on cost. Currently, no duplicate or comparable programs are available elsewhere in the state. Given the low number of students enrolled, the closure of the program will not affect workforce needs in the state. This closure will have minimal impact on students at the University of Iowa. Undergraduate students in the Department of Asian and Slavic Languages and Literatures and other relevant departments will not be able to pursue an MA degree at the University of Iowa, but there's been very little demand for the program in the past 5 years.
Any questions on that? Okay, you move to the next one.
Okay, one more. The University of Iowa proposes to terminate the Master of Arts in German program in the College of Liberal Arts and Sciences. The Master of Arts in German has 2 concentration areas, German literature and German linguistics. Former graduates in this area have studied, entered careers in education, government, foreign services, and commercial enterprises. The rationale for the termination is lack of enrollment. The program has had no enrollment since 2009. No students are currently enrolled in the program, and there are no current applicants. Termination of the program will not lead to a reduction of faculty or staff, and there's no additional effect on cost. Currently, there are no other MA programs in German in the state of Iowa. Given there is no student enrollment, the closure of the program will not affect workforce needs in the state. This closure will have minimal impact on students at the University of Iowa. While undergraduate students in the Department of German will not be able to pursue an MA in German at the University of Iowa, there has been no demand for the program for the past 5 years.
Any questions on the elimination of the German program? Okay, the committee will recommend full approval of these terminations to the board. I just wanted to make one comment, Kevin, before we move on to the next item, and that is, you know, at each of these meetings, we're getting recommendations on new programs and eliminating. It's just evidence of a living, breathing institution, and I appreciate your leadership. I know it's hard to eliminate programs, and even though there hasn't been enrollment in that one for a while, it's still, you're excising something that's been part of the university for a while, so I appreciate your leadership. Thank you. You want to move on to the next item for the institute?
Yes, and Associate Provost for Faculty Lois Geist is going to present. You can see who does all the work in the office of the provost.
Good afternoon. On behalf of the College of Public Health, we are requesting board approval for a reorganization and name change that would combine several current centers and institutes involved in research and interaction with the Department of Public Health. This would create a single interface to perform the work that the individual entities were performing, sometimes in an overlapping fashion. This will simplify the external face and ensure work is distributed to the appropriate subsections within the larger institute. Specifically, the existing Iowa Institute for Public Health Research and Policy and Institute for Public Health Practice, which also houses the Midwestern Public Health Training Center and the Center for Public Health Statistics will be melded into one overarching institute, which will be called the Institute for Public Health Practice, Research, and Policy. The new institute will also include the Health Policy Research Program, which was formerly located in the Office of the Vice President for Research's Public Policy Center, but recently moved to the College of Public Health. The mission of the new institute would embrace all the missions of the component parts. The new organizational structure will break down into 3 cores that include public health practice and workforce development, statistics and analytics, and research and evaluation. This new structure will collectively raise the visibility of the cores and the centers and will provide enhanced collaboration opportunities across the units to strengthen competitive funding outcomes. There will be initial staff reorganization and resource allocation that will allow for more efficiencies. No new funds will be required, and it is anticipated that the reorganization will actually create more funding opportunities and an expanded capacity to respond rapidly to emergent state needs. And I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Hearing no objections, we'll recommend approval of the request for reorganization and name change of the Iowa Institute for Public Health, Research, and Policy. Thank you. With that, we'll move to the next item on annual accreditation report. And I'll turn this over to Rachel Boone, our Chief Academic Officer.
Thank you, Regent Lindemeyer. The annual accreditation report was in your docket. I will just share a couple of highlights quickly. All the programs that are listed here, which, again, program level approval, there's a difference between institutional level approval and program or department level. All the specific programs listed there did receive approval for accreditation, whether it be initial, provisional, or probationary in some instances, or full accreditation. I want to be clear, all of those statuses are accredited. So students in all of these programs, have retained their accreditation. There's some information in here about the Higher Learning Commission, which is the institution level accreditor for all 3 of our institutions. And for the first time, maybe in a long time, that I recall, we've actually included in here sort of a roadmap of what all the steps are, or what a number of the steps are for HLC institution level accreditation, and our timelines that each of the institutions is on for that. And you can see there's annual steps for that. There are also some large initiatives and assurance processes that are at various road stops along the way, and then the comprehensive evaluation, and they all are on a different timeline for those activities. Those are significant activities, but there are years in the making every time. So I wanted to put a little bit of that in there this time because we haven't talked about that in quite some time here. And Iowa State University certainly, I think, is the next up for their, am I remembering right, John? Yes. You're definitely deep in the throes of preparing for your HLC accreditation right now, I'm sure. So wanted to share that information. We are happy to take questions on anything you saw in the report or other questions related to either programmatic or institutional accreditation, and I will ask the provost to help respond to those questions.
I had one question. The Greenlee School of Journalism had a provisional accreditation due to DEI concerns. Was that anything institution-specific, or was that a sort of a general political environment kind of concern?
Provost Wickert, you want to field that?
So this is the Accrediting Council for Education and Journalism and Mass Communication, which is the accrediting body for our journalism program. And we received a provisional accreditation of the program for 2 years, at which point there will be a re-review by a site visit team regarding criterion 4 of the Commission's accrediting standards, which pertains to diversity and inclusion practices. So we will develop a response to that and provide it to the site team in approximately 2 years' time.
Are there any specific concerns about things at Iowa State or Iowa State policy that we should be aware of as part of that?
I don't have that information at this time, Regent Barker, but it's something that the school will be working on diligently to prepare a comprehensive report in the coming time.
Any other questions regarding accreditation? Thanks, Rachel. Thanks for everybody's hard work on that. I know that's demanding process in all respects. Next up is we have an annual report from Dr. Skopik, who's here to talk about some highlights at Lakeside Lab.
I'll pull up my presentation quick. Well, good afternoon, Regents. I assume they'll switch that over for me in just a second. Okay, thank you. Again, I'm Mary Skopik with the Iowa Lakeside Lab Executive Director. I'm happy to be here with you today. Just a reminder, the mission of Iowa Lakeside Laboratory is to provide facilities and programming as a field station for the Iowa Board of Regents, scientific education, research and outreach for the Regents, universities, and other institutions. Just a reminder, we are located in northwest Iowa along beautiful West Lake Okoboji, 147 acres of natural area, including prairie and oak savanna and wetlands, aquatic vegetation and shoreline. And that facility really provides an immersive hands-on education facility for students, and that's K-12 students as well as college students. So the Lakeside model is really an immersion learning experience. Students are taking one class at a time. They're in class from 8 to 4:30 every single day. Classes are small, so the faculty are getting a high student-to-faculty ratio there, or a low ratio, and they're in class anywhere from 1 to 4 weeks, 1 week being 1 credit hour. And that student really is getting an experience in both sort of lab experience as well as field work, and often they're producing projects and publications when they're in that class. As an example of that, we work closely with the Office of the State Archaeologist. The class goes anywhere from 1 to 4 weeks, and students are getting an authentic, hands-on experience doing an archaeological dig, learning all the processes that go with documenting artifacts. And so John Dorshuk, the state archaeologist at the University of Iowa, provided this update this year. They were at the Abby Gardner Sharp cabin, which is located in Arnold's Park. And students there were able to find artifacts, including an arrowhead that goes back about 2,500 years ago. Students are also emissaries for the universities. So when people walk by the Abby Gardner Sharp cabin, oftentimes local folks will ask them about what they're learning. And in that impromptu moment, those students have an opportunity to explain what archaeology is, what they're doing, and again, getting a really amazing, high-quality experience in their class. Students are doing a number of other hands-on things, for example, bird banding. So they're learning how to handle wildlife, to do it safely under permits, things like wildlife, prairie burns as well. So in the picture that you can see, they're learning how to safely learn a skill that is in high demand right now in natural resources. When we talk to our natural resources professionals across the country, they are very concerned about the workforce and where the next workforce is going to come from. And so we're working very closely to help those students step into those jobs that are rapidly emptying with retirees. We look at doing collaborative and interdisciplinary courses as well. So things like science communication. It's not enough to be a good scientist. You have to know how to communicate what you're learning, to do it in social media world, to be able to explain things in a non-scientific way. So they're learning how to do things like data visualization as well as writing about their experiences. We had a University of Iowa student this summer who took our environmental nonfiction class, and she put together a documentary looking at swan restoration in northwest Iowa. And she worked closely to do all that field work, wrote about it, and then produced a wonderful video for you. A number of other classes work closely together. So for example, archaeology is obviously in soils, and so our soils class will work with our archaeology class to help them understand both the context of the soils that they're in as well as the peoples that have been on this land for a long time. We also work to combine art and science. So for example, we have artists that come and spend between 2 and 3 weeks at Lakeside, and they are immersing themselves in the classes. So they will go out with the students, they'll ask them about what they're learning as a scientist, and then reinterpret that in the visual arts, for example, or we've got musicians that come as well. We also have writers in residence, and this year we had 3 writers, 2 from Iowa State University and 1 from University of Iowa. And again, they're working on their practice, having some time to immerse in nature and in the classes, and really communicate their writings to the students and faculty. We have a number of writer weekends, and so University of Iowa and Iowa State will bring their faculty and students up for a long weekend, again, to work on their practice. And I just love this photo that Sarah Suarez did. She's an artist from California who had never been in the Midwest, didn't know anything about Iowa, and she was able to take a number of prairie plants and do a scan, high-resolution scan. And in the quote, which was fun, she said she had never been in the Midwest and she got stung by thistles and she felt mesmerized by the intense energy of life and biodiversity that is in Iowa. And so these students get this example of seeing the world through an artist's perspective. As I mentioned, we're really focusing on developing career-ready skills. A study by the National Water Quality Monitoring Council noted a significant need for career-ready skills for new hires, including knowledge of water quality monitoring procedures, equipment calibration and maintenance, and knowledge of quality assurance procedures, safety procedures, and the ability to troubleshoot. And our students are getting that hands-on experience when they're in the class or in the internships. Students are often doing research projects and publications, and a lot of that is happening through our Lakeside internships. Every year we have between 20 and 30 interns that are coming and spending 3 months with us. Each of those students are given an opportunity to either do a research project or community outreach project. I would say about 95% of those students want to get engaged in research, and as an undergraduate, they are often developing and directing that research project. We provide the tools for them to do that, but they are really asking the questions, and we're helping to facilitate them to completion in a 3-month project. The picture on the right is someone learning how to do a water monitoring project, and again, that's a skill that could go directly into the workforce for that particular student. All the Lakeside interns are also offered a course, so they can be taking class when they're at Lakeside, as well as doing community engagement, and they will be often out in the community talking about what they've learned in the classroom. So like I said, the student is really driving the research, and here's just an example of a poster that a student put together. There was a collaborative of University of Iowa faculty looking at harmful algal blooms, and this particular student was interested in the remote sensing aspect of that, and he worked with those faculty members to put together a quick research project in the summer to look at harmful algal blooms in the Iowa Great Lakes. A number of projects that are going on. This is just a smattering examples. Recreation is of great interest in the Iowa Great Lakes, and we have students looking at recreation. There's wetland restoration that's going on. Obviously, water quality studies are very important, as are public health. One of the new projects this year was we had someone interested in the lake bed, and so students were trained in scuba assessment methods, and we're out looking at the lake bed over the course of the summer, including looking for Eurasian water milfoil, which is an invasive species that was found in East Lake last year, and it is a very difficult thing to treat, and so our students wanted to make sure that we weren't seeing in West Lake Okoboji as well. So they took the advantage of learning to be scuba certified and get out into the lake. A number of community engagement things are happening at Lakeside. Obviously, the water quality testing, we are working with the Institute at University of Iowa to do modeling and testing of all the tributaries into the Iowa Great Lakes. But we also have public lectures and family events. You see the little kiddo in the middle there sitting on the dock learning how to identify macroinvertebrates. Students on the right are learning about careers in fisheries. And then obviously we pull faculty into a number of events up in Northwest Iowa as lectures and career days. So really trying to have that region's presence in Northwest Iowa. We have a significant citizen science program called CLAMP, which is the Cooperative Lake Area Monitoring Program, which trains volunteers to take water quality samples on the lakes. It is the longest running lake monitoring program in the state of Iowa, and has documented a significant increase in water quality in the Iowa Great Lakes over the last 25 years, to the point of where we're seeing a doubling in water clarity in Iowa lakes, and that's a really fantastic thing. We have a number of additional benefits for Regents, universities, and faculty and students, including Research opportunities, there are a number of ways that faculty can come up and get involved in research in the Iowa Great Lakes. We try to be a focal point for Iowa high school students, especially in Northwest Iowa, to know about the Regents. And obviously, we have a space for conferences and meetings and workshops. And then lastly is really, we serve as a focal point for collaboration between and within institutions. And I mentioned the harmful algal bloom collaboration, which has been going on for 3 years now at University of Iowa, and they're pulling Iowa State into it, I think, in the future years. And just a couple of projects. We are also working closely with Iowa Lakes Community College. There's a faculty member there that's doing an endangered species program looking at Blanding's turtles. He's training our interns how to do the tracking project, and so we're working closely with the community college in that particular project. And then lastly, I just really have to say we have amazing support through the Friends of Iowa Lakeside Lab. In fiscal year 23, they provided about $205,000 in funding for internships, for scholarships, for our K-12 educator position. And anything that we ask the Friends for, they're really usually pretty happy to support us, and we look forward to continuing our work with them. I'm happy to take any questions. I know you have a full agenda, but thank you for your attention and your support of Iowa Lakeside Laboratory.
Questions for Mary? Mary, how many visitors and/or students do you have in the course of a year there?
So in the summer right now, we have about 100 students that are with us during those 3 months. And really the thing that limits us is that residence hall that I talked about this morning. We simply don't have any more space to put people. During the off season, we have, gosh, that's a really good question, probably about 1,000 visitors that will come through, again, limited by that heated space. The Okoboji Writers Retreat, for example, was with us last week. There were 300 writers, but we could only house about 20 of them due to our space concerns. So we are having a number of groups coming in every single week, and we'll have a full campus basically into November, and then back again in the spring.
Thank you. JC?
Thank you. Did they find any milfoil on Westlake?
So they did find milfoil in the canal system. So there are canals that are built out of into the shoreline of the lakes. They found it in 2 of the canal systems. There was treatment. We did not find it in Millers Bay proper. And so we know they have just recently treated the milfoil in the canal system. We're actually putting a grant together to do a more aggressive monitoring campaign in the lake next year, because if it gets into Westlake proper, it's almost impossible to treat.
Yeah, that's very bad stuff.
Yeah.
What's the status of East Lake with that?
They did not find milfoil in any of the reconnaissance this year. So we are hopeful that they eradicated it in East Lake. I'm concerned that it might come back. So you get traffic from east and west going back and forth. So hopefully they were able to treat it aggressively in Westlake, but we may have to treat it in east in the future years, just depending on when we can kind of eradicate it totally.
Regent Dunkel.
Back to your response about the writers' camp.
Yes.
So you said there were 300 applicants?
There were 300 that attended the writers' retreat, but only 20 of them could stay on campus. The rest were staying at the Presbyterian camp next door, or they stay at other hotels and places. One of the things that we don't have is much parking. So when 300 people descend on Lakeside's campus, it's a very congested issue. And so we're hoping to have more people stay locally as opposed to have them having to drive in to campus. But every space was occupied during that writers' retreat.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions for Mary? Thank you for your report. Thanks.
Thank you.
Is there any new business to come before the Academic Affairs Committee?
Yeah. So I'd like to request that the board office work with university admissions leaders to study the classical learning test and its possible use in undergraduate admissions at Regent universities.
Thank you, Regent Barker. We do have a cross-institutional admissions study team that meets regularly. In fact, they're in the throes of a lot of their analytical work right now. I will work with Jason Pontius and that team, and we will review the classical learning test and bring some information on that back to you.
Great, thank you.
Yep.
Thank you. Any other new business? If there is none, the Academic Affairs Committee is adjourned.
Grab one of these. Let's hang on. Slide down. Because I'm going to be out there. So
Okay, we'll go ahead and welcome to the first meeting of the newly combined Free Speech and Student Affairs Committee. This committee combines the work of the previous Free Speech and Campus and Student Affairs Committees. This meeting is now called to order. I'll call roll call. Regent Rouse, present. Regent Crow.
Here.
And Regent Kramer.
Here.
Okay. As our first order of business, we have two sets of meetings to approve. The minutes of the September 14, 2022 Free Speech Committee and the minutes of the April 19, 2023 Campus and Student Affairs Committee. Are there any changes to either set of minutes? Seeing none, these minutes are approved by general consent. We'll move on to the update on university free speech training. Every 2 years, in accordance with board policy, the Free Speech and Student Affairs Committee is tasked with reviewing First Amendment training and free speech policies to identify areas for improvement. Representatives from the 3 universities will update the committee on the free speech training that they provide. Welcome. And I'll go ahead and have you introduce yourselves, please.
Great. Thank you so much. I'm Tanya Uden-Holman. I'm the Associate Provost for Undergraduate Education at the University of Iowa. And although I'm providing the update on our training requirement, I want to recognize and acknowledge the great team effort on our campus that has involved everyone from HR to ITS to instructional designers and University College. So just as a reminder, the requirement for free speech training is listed in the University of Iowa's Compliance and Qualifications, so our CQ system, which is our compliance training management system for employees. New employees have 60 days from the start date to complete the training. CQ sends an automated reminder to employees when a compliance due date is approaching. And if you have an overdue compliance, you get a reminder, as does your supervisor and HR. As of the end of August, we've had almost 47,000 employees complete free speech training, and 95% of our current faculty and staff are up to date with the compliance. On the student side, we have 2 portions, incoming students and our continuing students. In the spring 2023 semester, a free speech training module was added to Success at Iowa, which is a required online college transition course for incoming first-year and transfer students that's administratively housed in University College. Data from the course then automatically feeds into the CQ system. I would note that because course modules in Success at Iowa all have post-test questions, we actually develop post-test questions for the free speech training, so we're able to assure that the attainment of knowledge. For our first-year students and incoming transfer students in the fall of 2023, so far 89% have completed the training module in Success at Iowa, and it's important to note the class is not yet finished because, of course, we're only in October, not quite October, I guess, end of September, and we anticipate that by the end of the the semester, probably 97 to 98% will have completed. And just, instructors follow up with students who have not completed their required trainings to really nudge them to get it done. Not including incoming class numbers, we've had more than 38,000 student completions of the training since February 2022, and 59% of our continuing students have completed the course at least once. And I'm happy to take questions at the end. So thank you so much for the opportunity to share.
Good afternoon. I'm Rob Schweers, Director of Communications in the Office of the Senior Vice President and Provost at Iowa State University, and I appreciate this opportunity to talk a little bit about our experience. First, with students, the biggest change we made for FY 2024 was we integrated the training into our orientation program. So during the time between our on-site orientation and when students arrive for class, they were instructed to complete the training. That resulted in a little bit more than 3,200 incoming students completing the training before they actually arrived on campus. And so important for us to give them that base of knowledge before they arrive. That is one of the things we're doing with that group. We're also going to replicate that effort for students who start at semester, who are going to join us for the spring semester, likewise, to make sure that they're getting that, that base of knowledge. Also working through our Canvas, which is our learning management system. Get a lot of support from the Center for Excellence in Learning and Teaching, and they push out a lot of reminders both to faculty and instructors and also to students to complete their training. We try to target different times of the year as well as break times when students might have a little bit more time to complete the training. Thanksgiving break, Christmas break, spring break, and right at the end of the spring semester when they're going back and forth, waiting to see what their grades are. Hey, while you're here, why don't you do your free speech training while you're at it? Since last year, we've had 12,372 students complete the training. That's about 41% of our student body for our fall 2022 numbers. So far this year, we've had over 6,800 students complete the training, and that's just since July 1. So working on improving those numbers for this year. For employees, the training has been integrated into our Workday platform, specifically into Workday Learn. And what that means for us is that means that we do the training on a rolling basis based on when you completed your last training. So I completed my training in the fall of 2022. So in mid-August of this year, I got a friendly reminder email saying, hey, Rob, it's time for you to take your free speech training again, which of course I did. And that makes it a lot nicer. Those reminders come 30 days before your training expires, on the day that it expires, and then 7 days after. So that provides friendly reminders that help drive completion. Overall, in the last year, 87% of our faculty and staff have completed the training, going from a fiscal year, July 1 to June 30th of 23. One additional benefit of Workday Learn is that we can run some campaigns. We can find out where completions are best, where completions could use a little improvement, and we can design targeted campaigns that reach out to those people specifically. We also take the opportunity whenever we can to talk about the training as it's relevant to other things that are going on campus. Recently, for example, we put out our annual article on how to make sure that we're separating personal and political advocacy. And while you're reading this informative article, this would also be a great time to think about completing your free speech training. We look for different things to do throughout the academic year just to make sure that everybody's completing their presentations on time. Again, similar to Tanya, happy to take any questions at the end.
Regent Rouse, members of the Board of Regents, Oksana Grabovich-Hofferman, Chief of Staff at the University of Northern Iowa. Thank you for the opportunity to update you on the work that we have done on our campus, specifically with regards to embedding the First Amendment and free speech in the orientation practices. We were asked to be very thoughtful and intentional in how we embed those practices in our orientation for students, faculty, and staff. And I would specifically like to go over what we do with regards to faculty, staff, and student orientation. With the new faculty orientation, we have taken an approach of spending more time rather than just going over what the First Amendment is and the free speech in the classroom, spending a lot more time with the faculty talking about the various concepts and what it looks like in the classroom. So in addition to mentioning and revisiting free speech during the orientation, we have embedded an entire course in the new faculty colloquium. So all faculty who start at the University of Northern Iowa, tenure track faculty, go over the new faculty colloquium the first semester they start. So that would be the fall semester for the faculty who started this academic year. November 15 or 16, I don't remember which one is Thursday, we will spend 3 hours with the faculty talking about free speech in the classroom, how to address student concerns, and how to respond to various scenarios and situations. So we have taken that approach with faculty. All faculty also are required to include the First Amendment and free speech statement in their course syllabi. There is a template that is listed on the university website, and all faculty have been doing that for a number of years. With the staff orientation, we both talk about free speech during orientation, which we now run those sessions once a month, every month, since staff start at different points of time during the year, throughout the year. So we have orientation sessions every month. In addition to conversations during the actual orientation, there is communication that's sent to staff before and after, as well as checklists that are provided to the staff with the various things that they need to be mindful of and complete before they start, the first 30 days, the first 60 days. There's also a checklist that's provided to the supervisors with what to look for and what to follow up with those employees in their respective units. With the students, we continue with in-person training for our student government. We have decided to keep that training in person. Our training is embedded in our learning management system, similar to other institutions. It's Blackboard for the University of Northern Iowa. But for the student government, we have continued to offer in-person training that delves a lot deeper and provides an opportunity for our senators, for our student government representatives to ask a lot of questions and go into a lot more detail. For all of the other students, for the student body, we do talk about free speech during the orientation, but because it's so packed with the information, all of the other things that they need to learn about campus when they come to visit campus, we don't have time to actually set aside for them to go through the training and complete the training. All students who apply to the University of Northern Iowa are provided access to a portal, a separate portal that's been created for them with things they need to watch out for, complete before the orientation, during the orientation, after the orientation, all the way until they enroll in classes. So the free speech requirement, the training requirement, is embedded in the portal. It shows as a list, and it's very visual. The green check mark means you have completed the requirement. If it's not, it's highlighted in red, so it does stand out. So we have taken that approach. And we have also continued to work on just reviewing how our course looks like, not changing the content of the course, but providing additional ways for those who have completed the course to have a proof, a record that they have completed the course. So we have embedded now a certificate that faculty or staff can request, can customize, and can save. Some people like to save those things for their record. those are the efforts that we have done on campus with regards to embedding in the orientation.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the presenters? I was just going to comment, we met with some University of Iowa students last night, and I did ask them if they had all taken the training, and they had. So I was very pleased to hear that. So thank you for all the work and progress that we've made to improve accessibility. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Thank you. Just a comment. So last year we had a presentation on, what was it called here? First Amendment and freedom of expression, and the presenter made a comment, or it was asked, what was the biggest surprise that you've had in giving these trainings? And she said her biggest surprise was that people do not talk about the First Amendment, and if we give them the opportunity, they will. It's an opportunity to build trust in the classroom, hear opposing views, and have students feel comfortable. And she explained just having a policy just doesn't cut it. It takes practicing it, role modeling it, and to open spaces for everyone. So I particularly like that. That was from the minutes in the last meeting, but it's good to hear that you all are doing that. It's not just a box check. So it becomes a culture when we live it and talk it and breathe it, so that it's all through the classroom. So thank you for making that conscious effort to do this over and over and not just have it be something that's check a box once. Yep.
I agree. Thank you. Any other questions? I would like to request that the board office begin a review of the free speech policy and report back to the committee at a future meeting. If there are no other questions for that, we will authorize the board office to begin by general consent. We'll move on to authorization of the 2023-2024 free speech survey. For our next order of business, board policy requires the Free Speech and Student Affairs Committee to survey every 2 years all university faculty, staff, and students on campus First Amendment matters. For this requirement, I'd like to authorize the board office to begin work on the 2023 free speech survey in consultation with the members of this committee. Are there any questions or concerns with this approach? Hearing none, we will authorize the board office to begin the process by general consent. Thank you, board office staff. Our final agenda item today is an update on the start of the school year from our Vice Presidents of Student Affairs and Student Life. Thank you for joining us, and please introduce yourselves as you present.
I'm going to move so I can have this mic. Okay, it looks like I'm first. I'm Dr. Heather Harbach, and I'm the Vice President for Student Life at University of Northern Iowa. And we put together a presentation. Each of us have 2 slides, and we wanted to give you some statistics on some of our engagement that we're seeing on campus, as well as one feature item that's new for the semester or for the year at each of our institutions. So first here for Northern Iowa, I'd like to tell you a little bit about an addition to our mental health services. With an addition of a program or an app called TELUS. So this is a telehealth option for mental health and counseling services that's available for all of our students 24/7, 365, no matter where they are actually in the world. So a student, distance student anywhere in Iowa, whether they come onto our physical campus or not, if they're studying abroad, if we have an athlete that's traveling, even a student in one of our residence halls in the middle of the night, they can use this app and get a hold of someone immediately and talk to someone. If there's a crisis situation, there's an elevation process. And this is also unlimited, so students can utilize the service for an unlimited amount. If you recall some of the concerns that we've heard students say that, you know, they only get 5 sessions or they only get 10 sessions. This is actually in addition to the counseling services that they get in person and on ground at our counseling center and through our group processes as well as our drop-in options. So this is in addition to what we're already offering to students, and it's really the wave of the future for mental health services and care for students. We're really excited about this and having this be available, including to our students that maybe are not on our physical campus. So that is a new addition that we're very excited about, and we're already seeing many of our students utilizing the service. I'm going to click this. I think I'm the clicker. Yep. Right click, there we go. And here's some great numbers that I'd like to highlight for our fall engagement on campus. There's a lot of numbers up here, but what I'd like to draw your attention to are those highlights. Almost all of these show an increase in engagement of our students on campus. So as you would typically see, we had welcome activities. We have a lovely picture of our fall class there. But some of the things that I draw your attention to, the 25% increase in participation of students in our Panther Welcome and Welcome Week activities, those aren't required, but they're highly encouraged. And it shows that this class is really wanting to get involved and get connected. Thinking about our recreation services, 5% increase seeing students utilize, and this is a year-to-year comparison. Our campus activities board saw a 14% increase. We're seeing more students in the union. One of our spaces, in fact, had an almost double increase of students. That space that we're referring to is actually an e-gaming space that is very popular right now. We're also up with our housing contracts, with career services utilization. Students are coming in and ready to engage. Actually, our director of career services came in and said that we had a student come in who said, "My mom told me to come and talk to you." And we were like, great. We're glad your mom told you to do that. Our Panther Pantry utilization is up 17%, again, drawing that attention to our students still are coming in with those needs, and we're happy to provide them for that service so that they can continue to be healthy and full when they go to class. So it's been engaging. It was hot, which got a lot of people into the union. So you know what? We'll take it. I'll click here. There we go.
Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Toya Younger, and I have the privilege of serving as a Senior Vice President for Student Affairs at Iowa State University. I first wanted to draw your attention to our strategic plan funded projects. As you may remember, at the beginning of last year, Iowa State University launched our 2022 to 2031 strategic plan. And as a way to bring our strategic plan to life rather than have it just sit on the shelf, Iowa State University invested funds to support 19 teams who completed an RFP process and were selected to receive funding for those projects, which are all connected to our university strategic plan. I am proud to share today that 4 of these projects are housed within the Division of Student Affairs. The first is our Center for Student Educational Success, led by our Dean of Students, Sharon Evans, which will provide broad support for our students who are low income and first generation and may just need additional supports on campus. The second project that was funded is expanding support for individualized student success. This is led by our director of our Academic Success Center, Adri Gonzalez-Elliott, which will help increase direct support services for neurodivergent students. The third project is creating a strategic plan for students' mental health, led by our student wellness staff, Melanie Reed. This aims at a partnership with the JED Foundation, a national nonprofit that assists colleges and universities in developing a strategic approach related to mental health promotion and suicide prevention. The fourth project is enhancing infrastructure to address students' basic needs. This is led by our Student Wellness Director, Brian Vanderhayden, and it will expand our student food pantry. As Heather mentioned, we too have seen a significant increase in students who are coming to our student pantry each year. This will provide increased coordination of getting nutritious foods in the hands of our students who are facing food insecurity. Next slide, please. As you see, we have a few pictures of our move-in Destination Iowa State and Cyclone Welcome Weekend. While there are a lot of activities that happen on campus in early August, the start of the academic year is truly marked by our Department of Residence move-in for new and returning students. We are thrilled to report that we are at 96% capacity in our residence halls and apartments, with just over 10,000 students living with us this year. This is the most students living on campus since before the pandemic. I am also very proud of the hard work of our Department of Residence does to ensure a very smooth process for our students. We continue to receive rave reviews of our seamless move-in process due to the support of our students who assist in moving and an all-hands-on-deck approach for the week. I always enjoy taking time walking the residence halls with President Winterstein and our other student leaders as we welcome students and their families to campus for the first time or as they return to living on campus. In the middle, you'll see our kickoff of Destination Iowa State. After a successful move-in, our new-to-ISU students have the opportunity to participate in the annual Destination Iowa State opportunity. This takes place on Thursday through Saturday before the start of class. Students enjoy their time with small groups and exploring campus, learning the traditions of Iowa State University, and of course, meeting new friends. Over 4,500 students participated in this annual transition program, which is up 9% from 2022. Some of the new features this year included more focus on transfer student engagement and hands-on training with university resources, including Canvas and Access Plus. Finally, all students had the opportunity to participate in our second annual Cyclone Welcome Weekend events. This included a cookout, carnival-themed breakfast, goat yoga, and new this year, a partnership with ISU Athletics with sports-filled events at Hilton Coliseum. Over 100 faculty and staff volunteered to support this student engagement initiative this year. This is held the weekend before classes start and provides students with an opportunity to get reconnected to the university in a fun yet safe way. As announced on the 10th day of class, our enrollment has increased, and we are thrilled that 30,177 students call Iowa State University home. Our student population represents all 99 counties in Iowa, all 50 states, and 117 countries. This fall, we also saw an increase in international student enrollment and a higher first to second year retention rates. Our graduate student enrollment is also up. Our graduate students impact the institution through their research and assistantships. We recently learned that one of our PhD students studying applied linguistics and technology, Andrea Flynn, was selected for the highly regarded Fulbright-Hayes doctoral dissertation research abroad program, and she will travel to Jordan next year to work on her dissertation. Finally, I would be remiss if I did not acknowledge that next week, Iowa State University will commemorate the 100th anniversary of the death of Jack Trice. We have a variety of programs and events scheduled for next week, culminating with the Jack Trice Legacy Game on Saturday, October 7th at 7 p.m. against TCU, where our football team will be wearing the throwback jerseys from 1923. And then the major culmination ceremony will take place on Sunday, October 8th at 12 p.m. That is the exact date of Jack Trice's actual death. That program will be joined by presenting a posthumous degree to the family of Jack Trice, along with a resolution from Representative Feenstra. We will also have the entire Iowa State University football team present for that, as well as a memorial tribute from Alpha Phi Alpha Fraternity Incorporated, which is the organization that Jack Trice was a member of. So that event is open to the public, and we hope folks will come out and join us as we commemorate the 100th anniversary for Jack Trice. Thank you.
Good to see everyone. I'm Sarah Hansen. I'm the Vice President for Student Life here at the University of Iowa. Nice to have you on campus, and so glad you got to meet with some of our amazing student leaders last night. As my colleagues noted, we wanted to share some updates with you. The student life often serves as an incubator, and a lot of times students will come to us with ideas and we sort of help them get started. The food pantry is one of those examples of a project. This started 5 or 6 years ago by students, for students, and since that time we first housed it in an unused Iowa House hotel room. So if you think about the size that needed then we moved to another repurposed space in the IMU, and just recently we opened a beautiful space on the lower level of the Iowa Memorial Union that really provides the food pantry the kind of space and amenities that they need. We've also been able over those years to add a full-time coordinator for basic needs in the Division of Student Life, and develop a set of resources outside of the food pantry and clothing closet that helps support our students. This permanent home, I think, is really a wonderful space and houses not just the food pantry, but our clothing closet, which provides professional attire for students that they might need for interviews, internships, job shadows, those types of things. And as you see on the slide, definitely have seen an increase in use from this visible and accessible space. And probably the most important piece of data up there is the quote from the student that Steph Beecher, who's our coordinator for basic needs, spends time with the users of the pantry and wanted to get reactions from them about the space, and this demonstration of feeling like the institution cares about our users and their needs, I think, is really reassuring and affirming of the decisions that we made around the food pantry. Just one more quick thing about the food pantry. Totally fine. The visible location has also brought some great additional support. So it's on the lower level of the IMU. All the parents went past as they did bookstore runs over the summer, and we had several parents who work for various companies that support food insecurity who stopped by and left business cards and said that they may be able to help either monetarily or through actual product donations. So that's been a great additional benefit for us. Finally, as my colleagues said, we are always looking at ways we can continue to improve our support for students. On the left side of this slide, there are a couple of different data points, ways that we're continuing to increase the constellation of support for our students' well-being and mental health. We recently began piloting with a faculty member in our College of Education a peer-to-peer support option that's going to be embedded in our student care and assistance office. So students will be able to choose whether they want to meet with a full-time professional care coordinator, if they want to talk to a peer first. Obviously, based on the research that we know that students are likely to first talk to someone they're close to, a friend, if they are needing some assistance. We've also added additional help in the area of case management, and case managers or care managers help assist students managing or navigating all kinds of life disruptions, whether that's connecting, as VP Harbach said, connecting to care in the community, managing insurance issues if they're needing different care supports, or even needed absences that are going to result in interruptions to their studies. So having additional support in that area, I think, helps us help more students. On the right-hand side of the slide are just some quick hits on, as my colleague said, how engaged our students really have been and ready to interact. We're always happy to see our residence halls full, and I'm actually really always happy to see our off-campus students engaging in use of our dining facilities to meet their needs. So we have over 2,000 off-campus students that have dining plans that help to support them as well. I think we're happy to take any questions that you might have.
Yeah. Are there any questions? Regent Barker.
Thanks. I think I've asked this question before, but for several years we've heard about increasing issues with student mental health, and we've done a number of things to address that. I wonder if you can in any way assess whether that situation is continuing to worsen, whether it's stabilized or getting better overall.
I could provide some context. I would say, I don't know if better or worse is an answer that we can give or that I can give, but I can say that there's more awareness, therefore there might be more users that are utilizing. What we're seeing in our counseling services is a different type of modeling and addressing mental health concerns for students. In the past, maybe in the past 10 years, it would be, I want to come in and schedule 10 sessions and continue to talk to my therapist for these 10 sessions. The evolution of college student mental health support is really coming in and thinking about, what do you need support for right now? So it's immediate care for this one time, and then when you have something else come in, then you come back and we'll give you this immediate care. So it's about case management, it's about walk-in availability, it's about online support, app accessibility, so that a student can have right in that moment help with time management, a breakup, homesickness, stress and anxiety, and they're carrying with them some relationships that they already have from their homes with a psychiatrist or psychologist, so they already have an established relationship. So sometimes we're supplementing the work that they've already started with their physicians at home. So is it worse? Is it better? It's just maybe that we as a society and culture are more aware, and we're trying as college providers, support providers, university providers to supplement what they're coming in and be ready to adapt to the needs that the college students are presenting. That's what I would say from my perspective.
Regent Kramer?
And on that telehealth, tell us a little bit more about that. Who's on the other side of that call? And did you say that is a free thing to all students?
And is it a call or is it a text or chat option?
It's a call. So it's an actual call. So it starts through the app to get you connected. They are licensed therapists that are licensed to practice wherever the student is. So the student does have to provide some information about where they're located, both for emergency purposes, so that if they're actually in a crisis situation and we need to have someone respond to wherever they are, we know that address. And then also to get them connected with a licensed therapist in the state or country that they're in. So they are having conversations with a therapist on the phone, or they can do that via Zoom if they wanted to. They can continue with that therapist. They can also choose some different attributes of the therapist if they'd like, if they wanted, gender, area of interest, area of specialty, and then they can continue with that person or be assigned to another person.
What's typically the wait time, or is there less wait time?
Less wait time.
Yeah, that's
yeah. So it can be immediate. I don't know the exact timing turnaround. You could either see someone within 30 minutes, immediately, depending on the time of day. We don't have a wait time yet in our counseling center until usually the thicker time of the semester. And we always have emergency appointments for walk-in availability, as I know my colleagues do too. But this is another quick on-the-spot option for a student to have immediately, and also even in the middle of the night.
Yeah, I would add to that. That is one of the most popular features, I would say, is that it's 24 hours. And so when our counseling centers are closed, our students are setting up appointments at midnight with various therapists. And so we see a lot of activity. One of the good things that we always make sure and partner, and I know you all have done the same, is that we still have a counselor on call. So if they are doing an online therapist or meeting with an online therapist at 1 o'clock in the morning and that student is in real crisis, they will contact somebody on campus so that we can immediately step in and they're not just left alone in their room by themselves talking to someone on Zoom. They will deploy someone who is on campus.
They also share records too. So
Exactly.
there is it's not like this is a service that's independent, that's not connected with our counseling service. So there is a nice synergy between the service. It's basically an arm of our counseling center.
Are there any other questions? Regent Bates, go ahead.
I just have a comment. I've been here long enough to see how the universities, how all of you have really stepped it up every year in meeting students with their mental health needs. And I just want to say kudos to all of you. I know that there's still a mental health problem, but that's just great. Thank you very much.
I feel like I have to ask, is bingo still popular?
Oh, well, you should
Yes.
ask President Wilson, because she and John came and called bingo. So yes, I think at all of our campuses, it's standing room only, and I don't know where that came from, but it just continues to be mythical. We had students this year that lined up 2.5 hours ahead of time to get into bingo. I know, your quizzical look I share.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes. It is bingo and goat yoga. And it is not even yoga. It is a whole bunch of students sitting in there playing around, petting baby goats. I think they saw it on probably some reality show and thought it was popular and cute, and so we did it. And we too had long lines of students, and I think it was really just to pet baby goats.
Wonderful. Thank you all for all your work. We all love hearing about students, and we're really pleased last night that we were able to interact and talk with student government leaders last night. So, is there any other business to come before the committee today? Hearing none, our next meeting is scheduled for November 15th at the University of Northern Iowa. We'll look forward to being in Cedar Falls. The Free Speech and Student Affairs Committee is now adjourned.
Okay, I think at this point, we're going to take a 10-minute break. So if you want to be back here at 10:30, or 2:35, and we'll continue. Okay, thank you.
Well, welcome to the this meeting of the Investment and Finance Committee. Our first agenda item is the minutes of the June 14th committee meeting. Are there any questions or edits about the minutes? Hearing none, we'll consider them approved by general consent. Item number 2 is the Investment and Cash Management Report for the quarter ended June 30th, 2023. And I'd like to welcome Dave Smith and Doug West for their presentation.
All right, thank you. And here we go. So just a quick few items on the market before we get into performance, and then we'll have the peer review that we do on an annual basis. As you probably know, the Fed met last week, and two major things they're looking at: inflation and the jobs situation in the United States. The first slide we have here is just looking at inflation, and the key points here. June of last year was really the peak of inflation. You can see the line steadily coming down. The green line is headline inflation. The other line is core inflation. The last few months, you've seen energy actually dip down into negative territory, which has caused headline inflation to drop. Core inflation has steadily come down as well. But this is really the impact of the Fed raising rates. They've slowly and steadily seen inflation decline. The thing to look out for going forward is that this rate at which you've seen the decline is likely to even out a little bit. It's going to be much more difficult to go from in the 4% range down to 2% than it was to go from 9 to 4. So that's one thing to keep in mind here, just as we look forward, that core CPI may be a little bit slower to get to where we want it to be.
So depending on energy, right? I mean, which could go anyway.
Energy can move all over the place. The Fed is really, though, they're focused on that core number to strip everything out. So the labor front, again, very healthy labor market. From a jobs front, we're seeing net new jobs well above historical averages. You can see the unemployment rate is well below what we would consider normal. So the Fed was concerned about how tight the labor market has been over the past several months. So again, the Fed has been slowly raising rates, and this has had an impact on the labor market, slowly cooling things off. But you're still seeing robust hiring in the economy. And again, unemployment still very, very strong at 3.5% here as the end of the quarter. Again, the Fed is looking at this in inflation and trying to assess whether or not they need to continue with their rate hike cycle. So if you look at what has happened so far, you can see the 10 consecutive meetings of rate hikes. They took a pause and then raised again. In September, they paused again. And the expectation, at least from the market standpoint, is that the Fed is done. They're not pricing in any more rate hikes. And in fact, if you look out into mid next year, they're actually pricing in some rate cuts. The Fed, if you look at what they've said, 12 of the FOMC members have still said they may potentially want to see another rate hike this year. Again, a little bit of a disconnect between what the market thinks and what the Fed is thinking. But again, the market right now is not pricing in any further rate hikes. And in fact, next year, looking at some cuts. GDP, the reason why the Fed would potentially be cutting rates is if we start to see a deceleration in growth. The positives first. Third quarter GDP is expected to be pretty robust. So we had 2% growth in the second quarter. Looking at the third quarter, we're looking at maybe between 4 and 5%. So a nice acceleration in growth as we've sort of ending the year. The caveat there is that might be pulling some of the 2024 growth into this year. So looking at expectations for 2024, you're slowly starting to see those expectations come down from a growth standpoint. Looking at the fixed income markets, one point to make here, credit spreads, which is a measure of how much extra you're getting paid to hold a corporate bond, whether it's investment grade or high yield, are relatively average. The key thing here is that where you're starting from, which is the treasury yield, is much higher than where we were a couple of years ago. So if you're looking at investment grade or high yield bonds, the yield you're getting is extraordinarily strong compared to what we've seen over the last several years. Again, yield is a strong indicator of future returns, so the outlook for fixed income right now is pretty strong. On the equity front, everyone is probably well aware of the impact of a handful of companies have had in the S&P 500. These companies have been deemed the Magnificent Seven, but these are those large tech names that everybody knows about. Again, these companies make up almost 30% of the S&P 500. They've accounted for about 2/3 of the return of the S&P 500 year to date. So these 7 names have accounted for a pretty disproportionate amount of the return. Again, that's always good when they're going up. A little concerning because of the fact that they also can go the opposite way. You'd really like to see a broader-based rally from an equity market standpoint. On the inflation front, we talked about the U.S., which on this chart is in green on the left-hand side. The European Union is the higher bar there, and again, the EU had a much higher point to come down from, but you are definitely seeing inflation start to decelerate there. We also put China on this page just to show that they're dealing with an entirely different situation in China where they're actually worrying about deflation right now. So globally, central banks are really having diverging central bank policy right now. And then on the real estate front, we've talked about this at a couple of meetings now, but all we show here is just valuations overall. The key thing at the top, office valuations are down about 23% since COVID started. Likely to see continued valuation pressure here. One thing to point out, office used to be the larger category in this index. Now it's below 20%, almost getting to the point where it's near retail in terms of the overall weighting. Industrial and multifamily have certainly seen a big run-up since the pandemic started, but you definitely have seen a little bit of that correction here in the chart. Key thing to remember, 2020, 2021, 2022, real estate was a real strong performer in the overall portfolio, so it's not uncommon to see that pullback here.
I think it's worth pointing out that that chart is not adjusted for inflation and goes way back, so it shows actual declines in value on the office. That's a really interesting chart.
Yep. And then lastly, just looking at the asset class as a whole, again, real estate has been a headwind this year after a couple of years of strong performance. Core bonds in the middle there, again, rising yields have had a negative impact over the last year, but ultimately on a look-forward basis, looking like a pretty strong returner on a relative basis. And then at the bottom, you can see large cap U.S. equities, which again, they're disproportionately impacted by a handful of names in the equity market, but very strong returners on the 1-year and year-to-date basis. Any questions on anything in the market before we turn over to the performance?
Yeah. Regent
Sorry,
Reisman.
I had a cracker in my mouth there. I haven't finished that. One question as it relates to unemployment. We see unemployment numbers. I think he said 3.5%. Is that?
As of the second quarter, yeah.
Okay. So I'm curious how that relates to workforce participation rate historically. Do we have a lower workforce participation rate? Does that have anything to do with a lower unemployment?
So, believe it or not, well, we did for a while, and that was a big impact of the pandemic, was that the participation rate had dropped so much. In the prime working age, that sort of 18 to 55, the labor participation rate is actually now higher than where we were pre-pandemic. So the workforce, at least in that segment, has come back pretty much where we would expect it to be.
And what is that generally, workforce participation rate?
I think overall is at 63.
It's
don't quote me on that, but
Okay.
around 60.
Low 60s. And structurally, what has also changed, and it's great to see that prime workforce increasing, but the baby boomer generation in particular is permanently exiting the workforce, and that represented the largest cohort of the population in labor force participation.
So we're back on trend with workforce above 60% or wherever it normally is.
It really fluctuates just a few percentage points, roughly 60 to 65%, but obviously that does have an impact on the unemployment rate.
Okay, that's good. Thank you.
What's driving that deflationary force in China? Yeah, so a handful of things. One, you hear a lot about debt to GDP in the U.S., but China's debt to GDP is actually considerably higher than it is in the U.S. Property valuations have come down. Consumers and businesses aren't spending as much. If you look at their producer price index, they've had 10 months of consecutive declines in their PPI numbers. So it's a handful of items that are really contributing to it.
Adding to that, a demographic shift, the one-child policy for years and years is causing the population to increase, but at a decreasing rate. And that certainly has an influence, unlike Western economies, our economy in particular, continuing to grow.
So is a reasonable summary of what you're saying is that you're optimistic about a soft landing scenario with lower inflation and without a recession?
Yeah, I would say the odds are much higher now than what they were sort of several months ago. As we were discussing the other day, the likelihood of a soft landing anytime the Fed goes through a rate hike cycle is tough. It's a difficult needle to thread, but
at least so far, the path is looking fairly good.
Seemed unlikely just 6 months ago,
Correct.
but looking more likely now.
The data is definitely moving in a good direction.
All right. But we're ready for anything with a diversified portfolio anyway. So.
Yeah, exactly. Well said, Regent Barker.
Thank you. Well, any other questions? That leads us into our next item, which is, next area of the presentation, which is look at our performance.
And as a reminder, we have 3 portfolios under our collective care: an operating portfolio, diversified intermediate portfolio, and of course the endowment. And each one of these portfolios has a unique purpose, a unique asset allocation, and unique risk and return characteristics. The operating portfolios that we'll review first are designed to really mitigate overall levels of volatility. We see tremendous amount of volatility in equity markets, so we have higher allocations to income-generating strategies, fixed income, and liquidity, and smaller allocations to what we would describe as diversifiers or equity or growth. And over the course of the last year in particular, we've benefited from higher yield on fixed income and a very attractive equity market. Next slide, please, Doug. And so we do see over the trailing 1 year, 5 year, and 10-year time horizon performance that's aligned with our overall expectations and performance that's aligned with the benchmark. That 3-year number really captures almost the full impact of what we experienced in 2022, and that was declining equity markets, declining fixed income that were a result of a rapid increase in interest rates. But obviously 2023 so far has been much more attractive. So the key takeaway here is alignment with the benchmark and aligned with longer-term expectations. The Iowa State University operating portfolio is constructed by policy the same way, same exposures. There may be some differences due to variation in cash flow, but the intent here is to capture and deliver the same sort of performance. And over the longer time period, we've done just that. The diversified intermediate portfolio, again, as evidenced here, has a slightly higher risk profile, slightly higher return profile. We see a lower allocation to liquidity in particular, slightly higher allocations to U.S. equity, non-U.S. equity, core real estate, and a fixed income portfolio that's relatively similar. And the result is evident as well. With a higher allocation to return-seeking assets, we do have a slightly higher, slightly more attractive return over the long term, again, aligned with expectations and aligned with the benchmark. And then finally, the endowments for both Iowa State, University of Iowa, University of Northern Iowa are designed to grow assets over the long term. We have higher allocations, or we have allocations to private markets slightly above goal, which has certainly been a good thing in a marketplace like this. Higher allocations to public equity, lower allocation to fixed income, and the intent really is to grow assets over a long-term time horizon. And as evidenced on the performance slide, we've done that, outperforming the benchmark, exceeding expectations. Long-term return is around 8.5% and even more attractive over the shorter-term time horizon. In the same scenario for Iowa State, again, we manage the same policy. There can be some variations which are attributable to cash flows, and the results are the same. Very attractive return over the short-term and long-term time periods, largely attributable to private equity exposure. Any questions about the portfolios?
Regent Kramer.
On the endowment, so that's the return as if you didn't take any money out? I mean, what kind of money are you taking out, every year out of the endowment to use?
So that includes all cash flows, so that includes any money that is getting taken out. And the cash flows that come in and out it's not always a exact number every single month or quarter, but the number that you see is all inclusive of any cash flows coming in and out.
So the things that it's pretty much there, sitting there, as opposed to being used every year to fund things, for the university?
Well, no, money is coming out.
Okay.
And that's, I guess the takeaway would be that that's incorporated into the return that you're seeing.
Any other questions? All right, well then we'll move on to the annual review of peer group comparisons.
Perfect. So again, on an annual basis, we do look at this, and I apologize for the busyness of the chart. We do compare against a number of different peers. I'll say, just as a takeaway, the primary differences here are one, the NACUBO, which I think everyone is familiar with as an institution and a peer group, and then investment metrics, which is another universe made up of a lot of different endowments and foundations out there. So we're comparing against all these, and I would just say the trends, if you look in the blue, this is the University of Iowa endowment.
really the trends are we have a higher allocation to fixed income, a lower allocation to public equities, a higher allocation to private markets, and then a lower allocation to alternatives, which would broadly be considered hedge funds.
And, you know, the private equity is something we've looked at a lot. I think Regent Dunkel and I invited some of our faculty experts to talk about it. We've asked a lot of questions. But it's not something exotic that we're doing. It's something that we're doing to increase our diversification, an area of the market that is not in the public markets that we want to be exposed to, small firms and others, and to earn a liquidity premium on some assets that are not so liquid because we have a long-term view, so we can take that a liquidity position. Is that a fair summary?
Perfectly said.
And we avoid the exotics, as you can see over on the right-hand side of the chart.
Correct.
Okay.
And similar for the Iowa State Endowment, very similar in terms of the over-allocation. As Dave pointed out, similar trends. Then we look at the performance. Off the start, I'll say NACUBO is always on a one-year lag. So this is 2022 data, not 2023 data. 2023 won't come out until next year. But the takeaway, again, probably more instructive to look at the longer-term performance numbers here. The orange is the peer group for NACUBO, and again, you can see outperforming across all time periods. And then the other markers, I think probably the most instructive would be looking at the top quartile of NACUBO, where you can see the endowments outperforming across all time periods relative to the top quartile in NACUBO. And then, again, similar performance for the Iowa State Endowment as well.
And just so people don't get the idea that this chart shows we've got really negative performance recently, that's ending at a past fiscal year, and the chart you had before showed actually a positive return in the last
correct.
That's period. Yeah.
Correct.
Okay.
Yep, just the difference in the 1 year.
Yeah.
And again, this whole similar story here when you're looking at these pages. This is as of 2023. Again, this is looking at investment metrics, which is a different peer group. But again, 1 year period with the private markets, the valuations are not complete yet, but 3, 5, 10-year periods, similar story here in the top quartile, actually close to the top 5 percentile across all time periods. And again, similar story for the Iowa State Endowment. So happy to answer any questions on that, if there are any.
Any other questions? Well, thanks very much for the report. Any other business for this committee? Then we are adjourned.
Okay, at this time, I will turn the over to Regent Dunkel, who will run the Audit and Compliance Committee meeting. Thank you, Regent Dunkel.
Thank you. Now I'll open the Audit and Compliance Committee meeting. And our first order of business is the minutes of the June 14th, 2023 Audit and Compliance Committee meeting. Are there any questions or corrections to the minutes? Okay, then the committee will approve the minutes by general consent. Now I'd like to welcome and introduce Deputy Director of State, Ernest Rubin, to present the FY 2024 State Audit Plan. Welcome.
Thank you. It's an opportunity to be here this afternoon and explain our plan for the next year. I am Ernie Rubin. I'm the Deputy Auditor State in the State Auditor's Office. And unfortunately, Brian Bruskern was planning to be here, but something came up and he wasn't able to join us. So at an earlier meeting with Committee Chair Nancy Dunkel and a few others, and we talked about some of what I have here in slides in a little bit more detail. But I'll go over those, and at the end, I'll open it up for questions. Or if, as we go through them, if you have something you'd like to know more about, I'd be happy to explain that. So first off is I'm going to talk about our anticipated audit scopes, approaches, and deliverables. For the universities then, for each of the three, we will do what we call a full scope audit. We'll incorporate the UIHC and the university foundations. Sorry?
Let's see if we have some slides. We have it in our package, so.
Would you like me to continue or hold on a minute?
Yeah, let's just hold on
Sure.
just a minute and see if she'll bring it
Do you
in.
have slides? Which presentation?
The audit.
The audit? Brock?
You have it in your doc.
Okay. We're fine without slides then.
Okay, very good.
We'll just follow along with what we have, everybody in your board books.
All
Okay.
right. Again, we do plan for what we call the fiscal year 23 audit, because that's the year we're auditing. It kind of goes into the fiscal year 24 year for all of you, but we're auditing fiscal year 23. We will perform what we consider full scope audits. We'll do a full financial statement audit, audit of compliance, essentially, and provide an opinion on those financial statements when we're completed. We do use a risk-based approach, and so under standards, we look at where the risks are, we look at the internal controls, and then we make a determination as to where we need to plan for our approach. We do coordinate with internal audit. We want to not duplicate where we can, and also anything we can rely on, we'll work with them. And it's just a good opportunity to talk with them and have a relationship that we can work through, work on. We will issue separate financial statement audits then for each university, as we have in the past. And we anticipate to issue those late December or early January. We think this gets us back to where we typically have been. Those have not been issued as of that date, but we fully anticipate, if we get the information as we expect we will from the universities, that we will be able to issue those financial statement opinions in December or January. And that's, again, back to where they have historically been. We do anticipate unmodified opinions. We have no reason to believe why there would be anything but an unmodified, which is the best opinion you can have on those statements. We will then, after that, issue what we call an internal control letter, or a SAS 122 letter, and that's of any recommendations we have related to internal controls, or if we have any compliance issues that we need to bring to your attention. After that, we will then issue the single audit reports. So we did this last year. There was a concern from the feds about the timeliness of those being issued, and so we got those issued, each of them, by the end of June. And we fully anticipate that if we get the records we need, and we do have our staff fully scheduled, so if we get those records we need, we'll issue those financial statements by December, January, which will then permit us to issue a single audit report for each of the universities. So that's different than what has historically been done, except it's the same as last year. And we plan then to issue individual single audit reports for each of the universities going forward, for now anyway. What that means then, the state single audit, of which I received a draft, in fact just today, of the 22 single audit for the state of Iowa. So that, if you look at the state of Iowa's single audit, it will look different than it has in the past, because it will not have the universities in there. It will just be the state of Iowa without the Regent institutions. We do fully expect to, again, issue those single audits by the required date of March 31st of ¡24. We do anticipate no non-compliance based on the history of performing those engagements. We also do what we call a limited scope review of the board office. We don't issue financial statements. They're included with the state's ACFR, but we do look at some compliance and internal controls, and so we call that a limited scope audit. I think slide 5 shows the audit areas for the university. About 22 to 25% of our audit effort relates to required single audit compliance procedures. The IT portion at UNI is a bit higher than UI and ISU because an IT audit takes about the same hours, but when you have a smaller population of hours, it makes that percentage look a little higher. Slide 6 shows a timeline of our audit work. It's generally about the same. Sometimes it may slide. Now, of course, the past few years after COVID, it did slide quite a bit, but we do see this getting back to more of a normal pattern this fall and next spring. So this is how we expect those to roll out, which is very similar to what we have presented in the past. I will say that the managers and in-charges for the U of I audit and the Iowa State audit remains the same. The manager for the University of Northern Iowa will be Pam Borman, and the in-charge will be Stephen Hoffman, both alumni, in fact, of that institution. So, and I believe Pam has done the University of Northern Iowa audit as well in the past. Slide 7 shows the anticipated audit hours, fees, and expenses for the financial and compliant audits of the Regent institutions. Now, the hours have gone down, and a couple of reasons for that. One is we have pulled out the Sight Saving School and the School for the Deaf. So those hours are no longer in these total hours as they're not part of the Regents. The second piece, and probably a significant piece, is the fact that the student financial aid is a major program, and since we have not had findings in that program, under uniform guidance, they tell us to take a risk-based approach, and that includes if there's no findings, then you don't need to test that program every single year. And so student financial aid does not get tested every year, it gets tested every third year. So we tested that this last year, so those hours were higher because of that. This next year, those hours will not be included because we're not testing student financial aid as a major program for fiscal year '23. With that, then, you can see that what we anticipate the cost to be down from the actual from '22. We are planning on about a 3 to 5% increase in our rates. We still would like to hire additional auditors. It's challenging at this time to hire CPAs if you've had to try to hire any. But we are still down a number. We'd like to have a few more. Not that that drives our rates, but obviously a significant portion of our fees are related to our staff, our professional staff. So it is lower than last year and brings us more in line, I think, with what would be expected. Our fiscal year '22 average rate, including expenses, was $97.26 an hour. I think that's important for you to recognize that we feel like those rates are, I think comparatively low if you were to look at other CPA firms. While we're the state auditor's office, we do have a number of CPAs, and we do issue financial statement audits with the CPAs in our office. So I'll stop for a moment since we're on the fees. Are there any questions regarding this?
Anyone have any questions? All right, go ahead.
All right, let's go to the next slide. So the audits that we've issued since we last met, we issued the State University of Iowa single audit. That would be for the federal programs. The Iowa State single audit and the UNI single audit. Those are all issued by June 30th, issued right near June 30th. We issued the fiscal year '22 ISU report of recommendations, and we issued the fiscal year '22 State University report of recommendations. I will say we've also just recently issued the UNI report of recommendations, so that is on our website. It just wasn't in time in order to get it put onto the agenda here. We did also issue the state's ACFR for fiscal year '22, so that is out there as well. And as I mentioned earlier, I have the State of Iowa single audit report that I will be reviewing, and we'll get that out here very soon. The reports or recommendations for the University of Iowa and the University of Northern Iowa did not disclose any findings we believe are necessary to report for the year ended June 30, 22. However, the report for ISU, there were no new findings. They were essentially findings that were cleaning up from the prior years, and it principally had to do with the way they handle their manual journal entries. And they had a pretty positive, proactive way how they're doing that, so I think that'll be cleaned up. That'll not be repeated in the future. So. I think that's my slides, isn't it? It is, thank you. All right. So that's all. That's what I had. I don't know if there's any further questions about the work plan or what you can expect to get from us.
I'd just make a comment that I'm really glad that we're going to get back on track on a timeline that's acceptable to the Fed, to our schools, to our audit committee and our board here. It's just important to have those on time rather than looking at old information, obviously. And I know that you've said that you're catching up with employees, so best of luck on that, and we'll look forward to that. Does anyone have any questions? Or all right, looks good. Thank you, Ernest.
Okay, thank you.
Next, I'll recognize Chief Audit Executive Deborah Johnston and her Assistant Director Chad Sharp to present the FY 2023 audit progress and FY 2024 internal audit plans.
Thank you, Regent Dunkel, and good afternoon, everyone. What Ernie was talking about with regard to staffing concerns we fought with all year, and so that relates to the lack of progress on our audit plan. We're about 70% complete or in progress at the end of the year. Typically, we like to see that, or my goal is we're 90% or above, but we had multiple openings all year. And so that really did reduce the amount of resources we had to put against these very important projects. I will tell you, though, as of October 16th, we will be fully staffed. So, yeah, so please don't anybody quit between now and then. So. We did have failed searches, and the pools were not that robust. And the other reason that our hours are maybe a little bit longer on some of the audits that we've done, because we have a budget that they're supposed to set, they're supposed to adhere to. We did hire some people who were less experienced, and those people just take more training and more time. And it depends on the institution. You know, you can train a person at Iowa, well, they can't step into an Iowa State role because they don't know Workday, et cetera. So we still have a little bit of segregation in the skill sets that we have between the institutions, but we're working very hard to try and mitigate some of those things so that we can share more easily staff. We did have staff from Iowa do work at other institutions to kind of fill some gaps. So I think that's all good. We're very collaborative across all of the institutions. I will say that we're maybe not adequately staffed given some of the healthcare growth that we might expect. And I talked with VPMA about that, and she agreed. So I would be saying maybe look forward to additional staff requirements coming forward. So that's our planned progress. Does anybody have any questions on the progress that we made this past year?
Would you say, is the overall market improving for hiring, or have you used new recruiting techniques, or how did you manage to get fully staffed?
Actually, the pools were a little bit better, not terrifically better, but we had the last hire that we made at Iowa State was an internal person who worked in HR, who knows Workday, so that person just decided, hey, let's go look for internal audit. And maybe that person just maybe knew that what we did, and she's very good. And so the internal candidate came. That's somewhat unusual. Typically, they come from the outside. But I do feel like the market is a little bit better than it was a year ago. Okay. You also have in your packet all the audits that we plan to complete in the coming year. And so I wanted to tell you a little bit about the methodology. And for those of you who have been here before, you know how we do this. But for the new people, we actually have a very robust project or process for putting together our audit plan. And so starting about in March, we start scheduling interviews with senior executives across all 3 institutions. And it can be deans, it can be down to a process owner, depending on where we think there's a lot of activity or maybe some more risk. So we go interview those people. Any item that we think is worthy of making a project, we put it in a spreadsheet. Anything that we didn't get done this year will go on the plan next year to be reassessed for risk. And then the process that we use, including data analytics, et cetera, we go through a risk grid. And we have 8 criteria that we use to evaluate whether a project rises to the level of risk that we deem appropriate for us to spend some resources on. So there's 8 criteria, and I've told you before, I think we go from low risk, which is a 1, to higher risk, which is a 5, and then the risk sum across these 8 criteria rolls up to, if you have a 40 for a particular project, and we have the right resources, we're probably going to put that on the plan. But the criteria that we use is somewhat subjective, but it's about the only way we can kind of break it down and assess without just picking something. So university mission, which would be student or patient impact, is one of them. Financial risk, legal or regulatory risk. How complex is the area? So I would say that some of the healthcare processes might rank a little higher in complexity than some of the other processes. Is there been a level of change? Do we have a new dean? Do we have a new VPMA, et cetera, in a key area? And then we have reputational risk, which is almost impossible to clearly define, but we have areas of reputational risk, excuse me, across the campuses. We also think about what do we know about that control environment and how is that process or that environment or that process managed? And that gets a ranking. And then the last one is basically information technology. Is it an information technology-driven process? Is there a new system in place which has its own set of challenges? So when we get all of the projects and all of the spreadsheets for each of the institutions, we do this risk ranking process. We have X number of hours of resources, and then we start thinking about, okay, what can we do with the list of projects that we have. We do that very well for the most part, but there are times when we have audits that we really don't have the right skill set for, and a perfect example is the Baker Tilly engagement. We really didn't have anyone on staff that could do a construction auditing project, so we outsourced that to Baker Tilly, and so they are coming up on the end of their first year with us, and in the November meeting, we'll have a Baker Tilly report, and we'll have a hospital representative and a campus representative here to answer any questions you may have on those reports. I think that I've seen the draft, and it seems like it's good information. So that's kind of how we do that. Are there any questions that you might have about how we build the plan? In your docket, there's a document that has a 4-year spread for each of the institutions so you know what we've covered in the past. I think that's helpful to understand where we typically go. We do not do a 5-year rotating process through things. Everything that we do every year is risk-based. And so, for instance, we might have something on the plan this year, a system implementation. Gosh, it's not going to be ready at audit, so we might roll it over to next year. So we always leave room in the plan for any unexpected occurrences, and we also leave room in the plan for requests or fraud investigations or those kinds of things.
I know that's time-consuming, Deb, but it's very worthwhile, so thank you for prioritizing that, because we do have limited resources, and so it's helpful to know that there's a process and not just pick and choose.
Right.
Thank you.
Any other questions about the audit plans? Okay.
Okay. Then let's go on to next agenda item would be the internal audit reports issued.
Thank you, Regent Dunkel. We performed an audit of Active Directory at the University of Iowa. Active Directory is the campus authentication service, and it's supported by Information Technology Services and Healthcare Information Systems. We recommended that management review accounts with elevated privileges to ensure that they're necessary, appropriately configured, and classified, and are required to change their passwords on a regular basis. We also recommended they implement a monitoring control to identify the domain controllers that did not receive the security updates in a particular month, and combine the patching processes for 2 of their domains, and formalize their communication process with the IT security office. We recommended that they scan all domain controllers for vulnerabilities, and that those scan results are reviewed by system administrators who can then mitigate the identified vulnerabilities. Regularly review and update their Active Directory disaster recovery plan, as well as test the domain controller restore process. And lastly, that they review and update their Active Directory policy and their procedure handbook that's used by the administrators to support that environment. And our next audit that we did at the University of Iowa was one on nursing administrative processes. Nursing Services provides adult and children and women's support services across UIHC. They have separate administrative staff and unique support processes for each of those areas. We reviewed the administrative structure, the financial reporting and administrative processes, and capital assets within both adult and women and children's services. Children's and women's services, sorry. We recommended that management review the organizational governance and report structure to identify and address areas of inefficiency. Nursing is going to remove duplicate and unnecessary tasks identified during the audit, ensure capital assets are properly classified and assigned an appropriate custodian, and reconcile their general ledger accounts timely. We also recommended that adult nursing review their gift funds to ensure they're spent according to management allocations, segregate capital asset purchasing duties, and update their financial procedure manual. At Iowa State, we performed an audit of farms administration within the Department of Animal Science, and recommendations here included that management work with building security services to ensure the locks on their various buildings meet university standards and are appropriately registered. Standardize invoice formats, including the use of a standard remittance address for incoming payments, and work with the Treasurer's Office to ensure compliance with cash handling procedures. We also recommended that they work with the Office of General Counsel to update the apartment lease template that they have for their two apartments, and determine if existing university systems can be used for collecting rent and security deposits. We recommended that they ensure animal care rates are properly approved by obtaining Department of Animal Science signatures on their research agreement forms, and convert their paper-based equipment maintenance logs to digital format. And at Northern Iowa, we performed an audit of youth programs, and recommendations here included updating university policy to clearly detail what's expected of the camps, consider centralizing oversight of all the camps, and provide training to the individuals involved with youth programs. That we recommended that management set expectations on the use of university resources that are being used to support youth programs. That would include labs or music instruments. And we also recommended that they work with university legal counsel to review the release forms and waivers that are currently being used to ensure that all programs are using the appropriate forms. And we recommended standardizing the use of university systems to manage youth programs to facilitate transparency of all programs on campus for university leadership. And with that, are there any questions on any of the reports?
Thank you, Chad, for your report. Does anyone have any questions? We had quite a number of reports for today's meeting, so I appreciate all your work, and I'm sure we all do.
It helps to have staff.
Yes, for sure. Then let's go on with the internal audit charter.
Sure. So every year we perform something just because the internal audit standards require it. And last year we have an attribute standard 1000, which is the purpose, authority, and responsibility that we have in our charter that kind of outlines the authority that you all give us to go do the work that we do. We do this annually to complete the standard, they ask for approval, and last year we had a change. There's been no change to the charter since last year, and it was approved last year, so that's all we have there.
Did anyone have any questions about the charter with no changes? All right, thank you, Deb.
Sure.
Any other business to come before the committee? Hearing none, I'd like to make a motion that the Audit and Compliance Committee recommend that the board receive the following items: FY 2023 State Audit Plan, State Audit Reports, Internal Audit Report issued, and that the board receive and approve the following items: FY 2023 Audit Progress and FY 2024 Internal Audit Plans, and the Internal Audit Charter Renewal. Do I have a second on that?
Second.
Thank you, Regent Barker, for that second. The Audit and Compliance Committee is now adjourned.
Thank you, Regent Dunkel.
Thank you.
Thank you, Deb. Norm. Our next presenters will be here shortly. We'll take a little bit of a break until they come. don't think I need to clap that, but I was going to. All right. So we're now going to turn to the University of Iowa Hospitals and Clinics Committee meeting. Our first item is approval of the minutes from the June 14th, 2023 meeting. Are there any questions or corrections? If not, the minutes are approved by general consent. And now I am very pleased to welcome and introduce to everyone for the first time, probably not the first time for everyone, Dr. Denise Jamison as Vice President for Medical Affairs and Tyrone D. Arts Dean, Carver College of Medicine. Her first day was August 1st, so now within nearly 2 months, she's ready to roll and give us her first presentation. Welcome.
Thanks so much. Thanks for the warm welcome. Do we have our slides up?
Oh,
there we go. Great, perfect. So I was just going to provide some opening comments. It's been a whirlwind for the first 2 months, but I'm learning a lot. I've had the opportunity to participate in a lot of memorable occasions already. I participated in the Distinguished Mentor Award celebration, which is where we celebrate all mentors, but highlight one mentor in particular. And the thing that struck me, and that meant the person who we highlighted, the faculty member who we highlighted this year was Dr. Joe Zabner, who's been here for 33 years. And got to know him better. As part of the celebration, we invite mentees back who give testimonies about their mentor. It's really a nice celebration. But the thing that I was really impressed with was sort of the long line, the history of mentors. Of, you know, Mike Welsh's mentor is still here, and Dr. Welsh mentored Dr. Zabner, and Dr. Zabner mentored these mentees who are now very successful out in the world. So it's a really nice celebration. I was also part of the investiture ceremony, which is a really nice opportunity to recognize both professors with endowed chairs and the generous donors who support those chairs. And what those allow people to do is really explore and create advancement in their areas of expertise. So really nice. Just to give you an example, Dr. Patrick McNamara received an endowed chair. He's a neonatologist, and the neonatal outcomes are phenomenal at the hospital. So they are routinely taking care of the very youngest babies, 22 to 25 weeks, with great outcomes. He and his team have developed a system for hemodynamic monitoring to be able to identify issues that can be addressed in the baby. And they've found that those interventions have reduced the risk of death or severe brain hemorrhage by 50%. And they're now they've had 2 babies who are 21 weeks who have had good outcomes. So really pioneering, amazing work. One of his very close colleagues that helped him develop this work was Reagan Geisinger, and she unfortunately succumbed to cancer at a very young age. And so this endowment is in her name, which I think is a really nice way to honor her legacy and her work. And it was a very moving ceremony. Dr. McNamara's mother from Ireland was there. His daughter, who's enrolled as a medical student, as an undergraduate student at University of Iowa, was there. So really nice ceremony. The last ceremony I will mention, the fall is full of ceremonies here apparently, is the white coat ceremony. And this is the formal donning of the white coat of the new medical students, and it sort of it's the ritual that represents going from non-doctor to doctor and a reminder of the responsibilities of being a physician. And other healthcare professions have also adopted the white coat ceremony. So really nice. And then I have to mention that I got to the Iowa State Fair, which was fabulous, with President Wilson, so enjoyed seeing Iowa at its best. And I participated in the wave, the Hawkeye wave during the first football game. So have really enjoyed getting out, talking to people, listening to people's stories, and getting a sense of what's going on in and around the hospital. Also wanted to mention that we, as a healthcare system and a College of Medicine, have received several impressive recognitions at the national level. Forbes magazine named UI Hospitals and Clinics as the best hospital to work for in Iowa and the second best employer in Iowa across all sectors. And U.S. News & World's report recognized Iowa as the #1 hospital, and 7 of our subspecialties were top-rated as well. And then you'll hear more about this from Kim, but we got our 5th magnet designation, which puts us in the top 1% of all hospitals. I also wanted to mention several areas: one, education; one, research. We launched the first in Iowa nurse midwifery education program, which is really important in addressing some challenges in maternal health. And we also launched a All of Us research endeavor that's sponsored by the National Institutes of Health, and it's a research study to advance precision medicine research to help physicians better tailor treatments to actual populations. And so it's critically important that Iowa is part of this endeavor now. It's starting at the hospital with our patients who come for visits at the hospital, but it will be expanded to include Iowans across the state, including in rural communities. So really excited about that as well. So I'm really excited to be leading this organization, excited to be here, excited to get to know and work closely with you over the coming years. And as you can see, I'm joined by Mark Henricks and Kim Hunter, who I'm sure you are familiar with, but if you are not, Kim Hunter is our interim senior associate vice president for UI Healthcare and chief executive officer for UI Hospitals and Clinics. And Mark Henricks is our associate vice president for finance and chief financial officer. And so I'll start us off with the slides, and then I'll turn it over to them. So, all right. So we are now. So I wanted to spend just a little bit of time talking about our Kid Captains program. Hopefully you're maybe familiar with our Kid Captains program. It's a partnership that started in 2009 between the Stead Family Children's Hospital and the Iowa Hawkeyes to really honor patients and also their families, and an opportunity to celebrate some really inspirational stories. So these are the Kid Captains for this year. I wanted to just highlight one, Niall Crone. So Niall was named after another Niall Kinnick, who you all probably know this history, but I didn't. He was a Heisman Trophy winner, played here. The football stadium is named after him. He unfortunately was training to be a fighter pilot and died at a young age, I think 24 years old. So this Niall was named after that Niall, and he also has an incredibly inspirational story. He was born at our hospital with multiple birth defects. After a while, it became apparent that he was deaf. And there are video clips of all these kids on the internet, and I encourage you to click on them because they're incredible. But Niall received a cochlear implant, and that work has all been pioneered here. Much of that work has been pioneered here. So we got a cochlear implant. His mother describes being there with him when they turned it on for the first time and realized that he could hear. And interestingly, speaking of connections, Niall, during his Kid Captain experience, also got to meet Kelby Thielander, who's a current Iowa football player. And Kelby also had a cochlear implant at our hospital years ago, and he also was one of the first Kid Captains for University of Iowa. And there's a lovely picture, I'm sorry I didn't include it here, of Kelby and Niall together on the football field. So really nice connections and really inspirational stories. Speaking of inspirational stories, here are two more of the Kid Captains, Maggie and Gabby. I selected these because they're both enrolled in clinical trials, and I wanted to talk a little bit about clinical trials here at University of Iowa. Maggie has a rare condition and actually also a twin brother who is not affected, but the mother, I won't show it in the clip that I'm going to show today, but the mother in one of the clips describes finding, Googling this rare condition and finding our website and couldn't believe that, care of this world-class opportunity for enrolling in a clinical trial was available right in her own backyard, right close to where she lived. Gabby was diagnosed with a rare brain tumor, and again, these families are incredible. Her mother tells this incredible story of the physician coming into the room with the diagnosis and explaining that because she had hydrocephaly, which is an urgent condition of the brain, she needed to take a helicopter here to get immediate surgery. And Gabby has been helped by an investigational drug, Day 101, and she is doing much better now. So I think is there a clip? Here we go. This is a clip of the moms talking about their children's participation in research.
I would say it takes a village to take care of a medically complex child, and this is a great village. My husband and I were dead set against doing the study. We thought we're just going to get information. It's going to be these really clinical people in white lab coats who just see our kid as a guinea pig, and we're just going to hear about the study, see what they have to say, and then politely say no. They cared about her first and the study second. And so they saw it as not only a means of helping other kids in the future, but also helping Maggie right now. And that was our experience with the full team. Everybody genuinely cared about her health and wanting to see her thrive. And we went from being in this place of we have this disease that no one's ever heard of to having this whole village that really wanted to help us. She has stabilized a lot. It would have been unheard of toward the beginning of the trial, like for her to be able to lift an arm on command. She says a word here and there, which we also thought we had completely lost. I never thought I would be so excited that my kid would give a thumbs up, but that's that makes our day when she's able to have the energy to give a thumbs up.
So we'll stop there. I would encourage you to look online at some of these stories. They're incredible. So the next couple of slides, I think we can skip. It's about the backgrounds of clinical trials and what they are. I think the important slide is the clinical trials benefit Iowans, and that is every year we have about 300 active clinical trials with over 1,000 patients included, and these may benefit the participants who participate in the research, but more importantly, they potentially benefit many, many more children and many more adults and many more generations. I want to end my section with just a brief description of theranostics, and I believe this group got a update on this several years ago. Again, I won't go into the details, but suffice it to say that theranostics comes from the combination of diagnostics plus therapy, so both identify tumors and disease and then treating them through very high-tech advanced methods. We are one of the leaders in this area and actually world leader in treatment of neuroendocrine tumors. So just one example of state-of-the-art cancer care that's provided in our hospital. And I will now turn it over to Kim to talk about magnet designation.
So from different presentations we've had, I often talk about different caregivers that work at UIHC, and they're all awesome. And it takes a team to do the type of work that we do with patients. But today is my pleasure to talk about nursing, right? I want you to know this chart represents 50 years, right? 50 whole years of different pieces of excellence within nursing. And so there's a lot of information on there, but I think on this next slide hits some key points I wanted to summarize. So, we talk about shared governance, where groups of people are involved in the work that they do and contribute ideas to that. So nursing was involved in shared governance before it was cool. And so it started in the 1970s here within nursing, and so continues on to this day. Another thing that we're quite proud of in nursing here is our model for evidence-based practice. So when you go to nursing school, you often learn about how do you use evidence to help you decide what's right to take care of patients. We invented it here. And so when you look at this middle column on the slide, you'll see a world map. That's on purpose. It's because all of these areas in yellow are places who have adopted our Iowa model of evidence-based practice. So we actually host conferences nationally, and we have international members too that attend those. So our reach is far beyond Iowa. And then I just want you to know that we have 2 different residency programs for nurses, whether you're a brand new nurse out of school and come to work with us, or whether you're an experienced nurse. We have programs that are accredited nationally that help you transition into your practice and advance in that. And so that's something that nurses look for when they decide where they would like to work. So Dr. Jameson mentioned our magnet recognition. So we are so proud of our nurses going through our survey the end of May for our 5th designation for magnet. What the magnet organization really does is recognize excellence in nursing. There are only about 49 hospitals in the entire country who have been designated by magnet 5 times. And so honestly, we're an elite company, and I just want you to know that if you receive care from us, you've got some spectacular nurses who are recognized by a national organization and international, actually, for that. We were the first magnet organization designated in the state of Iowa and the first in the Big Ten, and so we're the first to achieve it 5 times in the Big Ten for anybody that's competitive. And so when we look at this, we, like I said, there are less than 1%, or only about 49 hospitals in the country that are magnet designated. And I want you to know there are a variety of things that we're measured on with that. Our metrics, our employee engagement, patient experience, and a variety of things. So it's very objective measure. The last thing I wanted to note is there are certain things that we were recognized in particular in achieving with magnet, and those are listed on this screen.
Not just for the rich and white.
All right, so I'm going to share the financials for the first 2 months of the year. So starting with the volumes, you can see overall our inpatient volumes were above budget, our discharge is above budget about 1.5, while patient days are under budget. And so we're seeing some change in length of stay overall. At the same time, surgical volumes overall up about 4.4% versus budget. Overall clinic visits were close to budget, about 1.8% under. So if you look at that, overall, kind of going to the next slide. So where we're at with our operating margin, 2 months in is basically $2.3 million loss versus $5.1 million loss budgeted. So it's slightly better than budget overall. Good. All right. Just closing with the last slide, looking at our key metrics. You can see at August year-to-date, our margin with direct payment about 8.8%, above Moody's median. Days cash, again, slightly above peers. And debt-to-cap, showing a lower debt-to-cap ratio, back to our typical about 19% overall, so better than the medians as well. So that's the update for finances.
Is there any other business to come before the committee? If not, we are adjourned. Thank you very much for your presentation, and I'm sorry.
Thank you.
We'll take a 5-minute recess now.
is adjourned.